So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We take the roads, take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. Find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Oh, 1 second.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Whew. Uncle Simric!
Everyone,
My
did
goodness.
you exercise today?
I
The
did.
fascist did. Why haven't you?
I
Get to it,
did.
chimps. I
I-
believe in you.
Did exercise today. And you know what? I'm intensifying my workouts, which I gotta be honest, my elliptical has been kicking my ass, but you know what? I'm ready to ascend. I'm ready to go beyond. I'm ready to go plus ultra, all right? Did you guys see that marathon footage today? It got me so fucking pumped. Did you guys see that? It was honestly some cool shit. Let me just pull this up here for you guys. Yeah, here we go. No? Okay. So, you know marathons, right? Not the video game, which weirdly I have gotten offers to be sponsored to do a thing for them. Not a sponsored segment, just talking about marathons. God. I have not seen it. Okay. So, basically, for like a full 25 miles, this guy was running in the LA Marathon, right? And for the last several years, there's been a Kenyan runner at the head of like the marathon pack, you know, who always comes in first. And oh boy, this year, this guy was like, you know what? Fuck it, we ball. Okay? Let's just take a quick look. For the final, that's not my screen. That's also not my screen. I mean, they're both my screen, but not the ones you need to see. Here we go. Nailed it. This guy just goes, fuck it, we ball, and like spends the last mile full-on sprinting.
Seconds.
Okay, how close is Michael from here? Is he within eyesight from us?
He's in the last. I don't know. Here
he comes.
He comes right now.
Here he comes. So let's get right back down to the finish line so we can watch Michael cross the line here. Michael Kamau from Kenya.
Just over 2 hours and 11 minutes on the clock.
Oh, whoa!
Nathan Martin. Nathan Martin.
Whoa! Oh my gosh!
Damn.
Wow!
It is a photo finish for crowning of the 2026 A6 LA Marathon champion.
I'm not
Came out
sure.
of nowhere because we can only see just a little bit beyond.
We have to see that playback to see exactly what happened there because
Second.
God, that was cool. His opponent was okay, just for the record. Did he trip? I mean, they've just ran like 26 miles. You know? Guy was running like the Terminator. Yeah, that guy starts running behind you. You better get in a car. That was an amazing hustle at the end, right? Did he photo finish in the LA Marathon, right? In a marathon, yeah. God, he ate 2 dill burritos for breakfast to do that. They were laced with meth, it's true. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, everybody. We're gonna skip the prolonged hellos today, just because we got a lot to talk about, alright? Now, how I have set up tonight's stream, okay? We're gonna open up the show by talking about what's going on in Iran, because that's very important. But I figured it's been a while since we've heard from some of our, some of the people we used to spend a lot of time talking about. And I thought, we're gonna dive back in and see what they're up to. How are they doing these days? And between each of those segments, I am going to show you guys a thing that I am excited about in a level that will increase as we go further through. No, Super Jet Guy. People we don't talk about as often, Been watching Jack for years, 20 streams, go me, hell yeah! 20 streams in a row, let's go! Alright. Metatron content? Maybe. I don't have a long history of talking about Metatron, but I do have a Metatron segment in the can to talk about when we have time. Maybe I'll use that one as a dono incentive, though, because it was really fucking stupid. God. Yeah. We're not gonna talk about the draft thing, are we? No. It's wild to see Betty Boy's brows looking like Groucho. I do know what you're talking about, yes. There's a fun thing to watch for depression, or before depression, true. Alright. Here we go, folks. Let's talk about Iran. Okay? Let's do it. Blaze Doom Room, thank you for the $5 dono. Also, just to let you guys know, we are over halfway towards our goal to watch the fan animated I don't know, it's a solo project. It's not a solo project. But the fan animated Heir to the Empire films we'll watch on stream if we hit 500. Blaze Doom Room says, take my fucking money, and despite the fact that you do need that money for fucking, I will take it. Thank you. All right, you guys ready? Oh, and also, just a reminder before we get too deep, click the goddamn button, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. Do the things that help the channel grow. You guys are the people who make this show possible. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Should we save it for May 4th? Nah. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button. Uncle Simric, yes indeed.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button.
True, Sylvie.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 the 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 button.
Oh, Paladin, we'll watch it on a new day. We're gonna have a fun media day, and you know, I think we're gonna do that. If I can look at my calendar real quick, I think we're gonna have a fun game day, either the 13th or the 14th. So either Friday or Saturday this week, I should be able to do it. And we'll be finally able to catch up on some of these projects I have promised you guys. Do you sleep only during the day? No, no. The other day I was running on 3 hours of sleep for the previous stream. I just don't sleep that much. Because I'm busy during the day hours and I'm busy during the night hours. So I steal hours from the time wizards that govern the universe. All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. Please take good care of yourself. Hey, I'm trying. I've been working out. I'm doing the things. Okay? Working out, staying sane as much as I'm able to. But let's jump in and do a run, all right? We gotta do shit. Am also very tired. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about Iran because obviously there's a lot going on with Iran. And I would just like to let you guys know, I did a video that went up earlier today talking about how there's going to be some catastrophic economic damage coming, not just here in America, but globally as a result of the United States and Israel continuing to be the aggressors in this war on Iran. And today we saw the stock market tumble, but it did wind up recovering. Why exactly did that happen? So, well, frankly, it happened because Donald Trump started saying things that are just very clearly lies. And we'll go into that in a second here, but I wanted to play this quick clip of an interview that Anthony Blinken, who is the former one of the former guys for the Biden administration. And generally, I have a lot of disdain for Blinken and his analysis. All right. However, I do think he's correct on this point, and I figured we got a clip of him saying the thing. Let's play the clip of him saying the thing. Here we go.
And David, I think we're looking at a couple of things going forward in terms of where does this go and how does this end. And it seems to me that there are two critical factors to look at: markets and munitions. Markets. Where are the oil markets? Where's the stock market? Where's the bond market? I know President Trump is very attentive to those, and if they go in a southerly direction and stay that way, or in the case of oil in a northerly direction, that's going to be possibly a limiting factor. Then munitions. There's really a race on to figure out who expends their munitions first and fastest. The Iranians put us in a position where we've used up a lot of interceptors to deal with defense, or even our offensive missiles to take out their launchers, or conversely, did they run out and we still have what we need? And David, I think we're looking at a couple of things.
So he is correct. For as many disagreements that I have with him over how he handled Gaza, which, for which, he does belong in prison forever. However, setting that aside, just wanted to get that out there. He is correct about the limitations and what is ultimately going to decide the fate of Iran, which is one, munitions. We've talked about this problem, which is that it takes, in some cases, several multi-million-dollar missiles to shoot down one, like, $10,000 drone. And just from an economic perspective, that's not sustainable. As well as from just like a logistical standpoint, it's not sustainable because those missiles are relatively, they're relatively large. They need to be transported there. We don't have very many of them. And, well, when talking about the logistics, it's worth pointing out that despite all of the claims that the Trump administration has made that munitions aren't a problem, it's fine. We have plenty. We can fight this war forever with the munitions that we have, which, by the way, Donald Trump said the other day. Essentially, we could fight this war with these wars forever with the munition stockpiles we have. But I do want to say that if that was true, this report from Al Jazeera as of an hour ago would not be happening, which is that, South Korea says it's unable to stop US redeploying artillery and air defenses to the Middle East. And a couple of things here. Number one, it is interesting that they mention artillery is being redeployed, because artillery is typically not mounted onto ships. It's typically ground-based. As far as I'm aware, I'm but a humble country streamer, of course. I could be wrong about that, but if it's true that we are taking artillery from, I want to really emphasize this, the Korean DMZ, one, that represents a possible huge escalation, and two, if we're taking air defenses from the Korean DMZ and the, specifically these Patriot missile air defense weaponry that we're taking back, that indicates that we do not have enough in the Middle East, which indicates that, in fact, we are running low. And, well, in a couple of different ways, it indicates to me that they are doing a massive logistical buildup of supplies. Like, if you're taking our already deployed stuff and moving it around, one, it means you're moving an awful lot of stuff, and you have a huge need for it. And two, it's going to be really bad. Because, again, if we're already having to redeploy air defenses to the Middle East, it means that we're burning through our munition stockpile really, really quickly. Iran is not responsible for US interceptors. The war in Ukraine did. Well, Iran is definitely a huge reason why the munition stockpile is low now, considering we burned through... within 3 days, the United States military burned through the amount of Patriot missile interceptors that are built in a year, in just 3 days. And so this was so notable to the Ukrainians that Ukrainian news reported on this, because in those 3 days, that was more missile interceptors than the United States has sent to Ukraine for them to use. So, Iran is a big reason. And, it does also represent something incredibly worrying, which is a weakening of the Korean demilitarized zone and the military force that keeps a fragile power dynamic at play, which essentially stops North Korea from leveling Seoul and as well as a great deal of northern South Korea. So the fact that we're taking military assets away from, again, what is arguably the most militarized border in the world is a really, really bad sign, both for South Korea, which, again, really wanted to try and avoid this and has been working apparently over the last day or so to stop this redeployment so that they can maintain the power dynamic at play. It's a really bad sign, guys. And possibly destabilizing to the relationship between North and South Korea. So, yeah, that's a whole thing. Keep in mind, even if North Korea didn't have a nuclear weapon, they have so much artillery from the 1950s that they are capable of, like, effectively leveling wide swaths of northern South Korea, just with conventional weaponry alone. So this is really all bad. But because Donald Trump went out in front of the world and said, you know, our conflict here is, our war in Iran is practically complete, you know? Very complete, he said. The war is very complete. But then he talked immediately about taking over the Strait of Hormuz. And let me tell you, there is no world in which Iran just gives up that leverage without incredibly bloody fighting.
Can someone tell the real-life devs that drones are broken and need a nerf? Thanks, Donald Trump. Probably.
Can someone tell the real-life devs? Yeah. True. North Korean artillery is defensive. No artillery is defensive. Okay? It is a loaded gun. In the same way a loaded gun pointed at your adversary is defensive, it's exactly the same. The difference is they have enough artillery pointed at Seoul to level it completely and kill every fucking civilian, you know, within 100 miles of Seoul. Like, it's, like, again, I don't disagree that effectively they've deployed this artillery as a form of deterrence, but let's not pretend that deterrence is not predicated on having the ability to blow the shit out of anyone who tries to fuck with you. So let's understand that dynamic properly. God. Oh, yeah, no, well, you can call me Jess. It's also the United States' fault. Like, it's not just Israel's fault that the Iran war is happening. It's also the United States' fault. Like, it is entirely preventable from our imperial core. If we had the ability to prevent this from happening, like, we could influence our elected leadership and stop it. But they have ingrained among the far-right contingent of our country just an unsated bloodlust for Iran. Again, they see it as an attempt to easily get a W. They thought it was going to be a Venezuela. And it just isn't, you know? Like, we are responsible for this. Like, this is all gonna go so poorly so quickly, guys. And not only that, in the midst of all of this, we are being led into this by a guy who's just deeply, utterly alien to the experiences of normal people. Just real quick, I'm gonna play a clip for you guys from an event he was at earlier today.
Like voter ID, but, you know, it can be given to you by your daughter. You know, your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad. Like,
what? Bro, the last person on earth who should be standing up and talking about 6-year-olds right now is you. All right? Like, it's weird. It's definitely weird as hell. Okay? Here's the full clip with the context.
Again, and we just keep going with it. And I put that down as a top 3. Look, no mail-in. Now, you have the exceptions for the military, and I would even say foreign base.
He's trying to talk about the Save America Act that he added the anti-trans provisions to the other day.
Military, but for the military, for disability, for illness, and if you're traveling, you have an excuse. And I was lenient on that. But those 3 things. Then I added 2 more. These are best of, best of.
Oh, Czechoslovak Legion, I agree with you. When I talk about the more conservative elements of our government, I am also including complicit Dems in that calculus. We have to understand right now that what is happening within the Democratic Party is effectively a power play between the far-right faction of Democrats, represented by Third Way and etc., who are making it their job as lobbyists to effectively convert the far right of the Democratic Party into cut and paste of Republicans like 20 years ago. Like, the real political question that is going to be asked in the near future is going to be within the Democratic Party as the Republican Party collapses and faces oblivion. Like, that's what's happening right now. And the billionaires all understand that, which is why they're funding Third Way in order to coalesce a conservative bloc within the Democratic Party. But I digress.
These are called best of Trump.
And that conservative wing definitely is super happy about invading Iran.
We should also add on to this bill. And so what I've asked Mike to do is to draw a new one with these few things added, and let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but, it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad. They're doing everything possible because they know if we get this, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer.
Yeah, so he's trying to be transphobic, but he does it in a way that makes him look like frankly, like he was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. It's weird that he would look that way, considering he was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. But, like, he's going out there and he's just being weird as hell, talking about 6-year-olds being of age. Like, we are saddled with someone who is genuinely insane. And to hammer this home, I want to play about as much of this as we can stand, okay? Which is a news conference that Donald Trump held about the Iran war about 5 hours ago. Let's take a look, okay?
Powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all.
Also, number one, it's very clear that they're doing everything possible to try and make him look not deathly pallid. Like, they got the orange light on him and everything. Like, he's got the warm, suffused glow light turned onto him. It's crazy.
Of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion. And the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success.
Every place we are, we're successful. It's so good.
Every day it feels like Trump and his regime are just living out this always sunny bit.
God, what is it? Oh, yeah, no, it's the Do Not Diddle Kids song all over again. Yeah.
We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids, it's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write.
It's so good. God.
I cracked my spine, now I glow.
He's a glow light. Attack on Pony Productions, thank you for the $5 dono. Shoot Bang, thank you for the $10 dono.
But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're...
I love that he comes out and says, we've taken enormous strides to complete our military objective. No one knows what the military objective is. He's changed it every single time he's talked about it. Every person in his administration says it's something else.
Pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely.
That's just not true. Okay, like, this is the thing, right? It's just that in the current meta of US politics, lying is completely and utterly OP. We need a developer hotfix for this, okay? And, frankly, he's like, yeah, we killed all the military forces in Iran. No one else can oppose us. Meanwhile, Iran literally like a couple hours ago announced that they are from this point on only going to be using their largest missiles. Like they just announced, I think I even have it up here. Yeah. Iran said as of 4 hours ago, they will not launch any missiles that are lighter than 1,000 kilograms or 2,200 pounds. So they're going to be using their largest missiles from here on out. Probably because their missile sites are being targeted and eventually they're going to run out of them anyway, so they might as well use them before they're destroyed. That being said, things are going to escalate over the next, 12 hours or so. And yeah, it's quite bad. And it's very clear that like power, water, etc. is being targeted across Iran. And again, the war continues to expand. So he's just lying here. But that lie was enough to salvage the stock market for several hours prior to it closing. So, I guess just double down on lying. Maybe if he just lies every day, the stock market will continue to stay stable. I wonder how many lies you can tell in order to keep the stock market from crashing.
So Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight.
Oh, speaking of, apparently the first ship that was sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka was there at the behest of the Sri Lankan government and also was part of a training exercise that the US was scheduled to take part in. And as such, the vessel was unarmed and a training ship. So that is in fact considered a war crime. And also, not rescuing sailors after you sink the ship is also considered a war crime, which the United States did not do. They left them there to die. Which, I want to be clear, when the Nazis prosecuted war crimes amongst themselves, that was considered a war crime to the Nazis. Like, we're literally doing Nazi, like, worse than Nazi shit, frankly, to Iran. That's crazy.
Fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets. and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it.
Some of those targets, by the way, include residential buildings. Just several hours ago, a video, which I will not play for you, emerged of first responders digging a 1-year-old baby out of the rubble of a residential building. Again, no one in the Trump administration cares about this. They don't care that several schools across Iran have now been bombed by the United States. They don't care. You sound so sad.
If the admin was capable of humor, by having empathy, impossible diff, it would be this.
Das hier ist mein Sektor. Das hier ist das wichtigste Gerät des Küstenwächters. Das Gerät und das Gerät. Überlebensradar.
What is this?
Mayday, mayday. Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
God damn, that was good. Oh, God. I don't know what I was expecting. I was not expecting that. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake. Oh, God. Like, genuinely, our government is monstrous. God.
If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to.
Oh, Asmongold was out there today saying that the United States should attack medics. I mean, that fits with what Asmongold is all about, but also I want to remind people that the United States absolutely does target medics and hospitals, and they have already been struck. So, again, any kind of accountability for this stuff, every single one of these guys in charge of the American military, in charge of currently in charge of the American civil government, like, they all need to be charged. They all need to be prosecuted. They all need to see the inside of a prison cell. Like, it's genuinely insane. Yeah, war crimes upon war crimes. But maybe they'll argue, but we're not technically at war because Congress didn't declare it. Like, God, as I say that in a silly voice, I can already foresee the future, and that is going to be one of the arguments that they make. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And frankly, we need to purge our military of all these folks who are out there sending messages to troops underneath them about how they're fighting the fucking war from the end of Revelations. Like, it's fucking insane what's happening in this country, is what I'm trying to say.
But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at...
yes, all of the drones are pretty shot, which is why the drones continue to attack different bases and locations across the Middle East. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And
is it likely there will be a major sleeper cell attack in America? I would say no.
Usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of
Smart people. As soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones.
Oh yeah, we have low-cost interceptors. No, you don't. No, we know how much those interceptors cost. They are not low cost. Oh, God. God, stop.
And our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years. Whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole, where they were involved very strongly, they always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved, and all of the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms.
Oh. Yeah, that's how death works, right? You die and then you walk around with no legs and no arms. Right? That's how that works. God, that story about military personnel telling subordinates they were fighting for Armageddon might not be verifiably true. I mean, it's based on claims from the Military or Religious Freedom Foundation, which is a known group. It has ties to the military specifically for the reasons of whistleblowing. And yeah, they're not going to rat out the people who issued reports of what was happening to them in the military, because that would leave them open to retaliation. The MRFF is sketch. I don't think it's all that sketchy. Like, just, again, this isn't a new phenomenon of soldiers in militaries embracing end times rhetoric. You know, Cornell did a study and has had experts weigh in on this. Like, this is not new. But what is interesting is that it's explicit, right? But it's not a good source. I mean, I think it's a good enough source for the claim, right? Like, I understand, like, being, like, skeptical of the organization itself. But I also think that, again, I think we can take their word on this one. I don't know. I just see no reason for them to lie explicitly about this. Like, I don't understand exactly how it would benefit them to lie. Like, the reason I'm just kind of adamant about this is that I literally know people from my time in evangelical far-right circles who would openly fantasize about this kind of shit. Like, it's not an unbelievable story that a military force headed by Pete Hegseth, a guy who has Deus Vult tattooed onto his body and like Crusader tattoos, and who regularly talks about this being the fulfillment of God's plan. Like, I again, it is not difficult for me to make the leap that the guys who are in Pete Hegseth's corner are sending word down the ranks to support essentially Armageddon. What is sketch about the MRFF? Exactly. Like, what... For example, the Human Rights Foundation, like, is also a nonprofit, is also, like, putting out reports all the time. We should care about what's true, though, right? Yeah, but we should also, I don't know, be willing to accept that there are going to be stories with anonymous sources that we aren't going to be able to verify, right? Like, in the New York Times or the Guardian or literally any journalist will have sources that need to be anonymized for very obvious reasons. If you cannot verify, why believe it? Because I know these people. Like, I know these types of folks. And the people who are in the military and are prominent in front of the cameras are saying the same shit. Like, I gotta be honest with you guys, saying, like, you can't trust that organization founded on maintaining religious liberty within the military because the head of the organization wants attention. Every head of every nonprofit wants attention for their stuff. Source: I was working at a nonprofit for like a decade. And so, like, this is, I don't know, like, this isn't a question of like, oh, you know, we should not care about what's true. What I'm saying is, like, if your only reason to distrust this organization is because a nonprofit is seeking attention, that's every nonprofit. So unless you're saying throw nonprofit sources out the window, then we got to do a lot of reevaluating of our sources. You know, it's like, if we can't trust that, can we trust the ACLU? Can we trust any of these organizations that are considered reputable? I'm not saying it's because it's a nonprofit. There's more. The one thing you claimed was that the head of the MRFF wants to get attention. Like, if it's more specific than that, I would love something more specific. Like, I'm seeing people in chat being like, well, they make up stories. Give me an example! Fuck, guys! You don't have to type the whole story, but if you're making claims, don't just say, go watch this whole ass video. Like, just give me a fucking example. Like, what exactly is suspicious? What story got made up? Jack, go watch Hemet Metha. No! Just fucking say the thing! Like, I'm a little upset here. Like, what exactly is the thing? Jack, the friendly atheist, said that their reports over the years seem similar. Is that it? Jack, your voluntary ignorance isn't an excuse. No, I'm asking you a very specific question. And I'm expecting a specific answer, seeing as you are saying, well, this 30-minute video explains it. But I'm asking, like, what did they do? Which should be a pretty straightforward question to ask about this topic. It's not voluntary fucking ignorance. I'm more than willing to investigate it. I'm not willing to investigate it right in this moment, and I just want a fucking clear answer. Do you understand how fucking infuriating this back and forth is? Nah. Get the fuck out of here, Brent. God damn. Well, just go watch the video. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm in the middle of doing my own show right now. I'm asking a question to discern whether or not this is worth looking into. And the fact that, like, I can't get a straightforward answer is deeply infuriating. You are fucking wasting my time and everyone else's time. If you can't back up your claim, then stop making it and just ask me to check it out later. Fuck! Okay, let's take a look. Depraved Ambiance in Twitch chat responds. The MRFF puts out press releases that are always the same. It's always one guy who gives a breakdown of his company's religious affiliation, speaking on behalf of his whole company, making an outrageous
just
claim.
Plagiarize the source keck.
Let's see. Speaking on behalf of his whole company, making an outrageous claim. It uses the same language in every report. So there are multiple reports claiming that the Department of Defense has numerous people within its ranks currently saying that the military is fighting for the end times. You are saying that is the thing that they are putting out all the time. Now, Brent, if you're gonna subvert, if you're not gonna respect the timeout that I gave you, you can be banned from every single channel. Get the fuck out of here. Isn't that just whistleblowing, a widespread issue that multiple people are noticing? I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. The MRFF head has done this exact thing like 3 or 4 times, and he won't allow people like journalists to verify. Okay, so my question is, can you get me links to these other times? I am interested. Let's see. Let's take a look. They have a website. MS Now's Ali Valshi covers MRFF. 30 Democratic members of Congress urge DOD inspector. Viral international media coverage of MRFF's revelation that end times happy commanders are telling troops Iran war is part of God's plan to bring Jesus back. I gotta be honest. I'm not seeing multiple claims of this.
Forget whistleblowing. I want to find out who's Bubba blowing.
Didn't Jesus say that nobody could know when he's coming back? Well, you know, if you're conducting a ritual with only a 60% chance of success, you know, maybe you don't really know. Snopes. Let's see. So, looking at the Snopes article, investigation claimed U.S. troops were told Iran wars for Armageddon, return of Jesus. Okay. Claim circulated online. Claim came from a Substack post, independent journalist Jonathan Larson, who again is the head of the Military Religious Freedom Foundation. Foundation keeps complaints anonymous to avoid retribution. Okay. The claim is unrated, considering that they haven't received video or audio recordings, and also because they keep the complainants anonymous. So, okay, is that the one thing here? Okay, the claim circulated. Anonymous service members. Snopes does not rely on anonymous sources in our reporting. Okay. Department of Defense has not commented. Reason behind reported Christian messaging unclear. Okay. Policies. Weinstein told Snopes that before the Trump administrations, the Pentagon was responsive to complaints brought by the MRFF. That was no longer the case. Instead, Weinstein said the foundation employed a chronicle, expose, intervene, attack strategy to attempt to mount pressure campaign, public pressure on the department and Hegseth to address the complaints. So, what's frustrating here is, again, that the main complaint is that the sources are anonymous. Nothing Snopes says in this article disproves their claims. And I just... What's frustrating about this is that Congress is investigating this now. They have, like, a, you know, their oversight committee going through it. And, like, the website that I get sent to is not showing that these people are lying. And when I go to the website for the MRFF and I go and look through their different articles that they are posting about the things that they're doing, I'm not seeing this reposting of the same thing again and again. So I'm a little frustrated. I'm not saying that it's untrue. I'm saying it's unverifiable. Yeah, that's how anonymous complaints work. At this time, it is unverifiable. Oh. Okay. I'm deeply frustrated that we have gone down this rabbit hole. And I'm deeply frustrated that this is the feedback. I was trying to give a heads up, but I reported that the sources were anonymous when I talked about it. When I talked about it last time, we talked about how it came from 200 anonymous sources. And so I'm frustrated as fuck that instead of, like, the claim just being, well, people are worried that because the sources are anonymous that the story might not be true. Instead of talking about that, instead we went down a rabbit hole of, no, the organization is definitely corrupt and lying, or seems to be lying because of X, Y, and Z reasons, and I'm frustrated. Hey, how goes it? I'm in the middle of a crash out. That's how it goes. All right, editor, please cut literally all of that. It's bad if the MRFF claims are false, though, right? Yeah, the same way, like, any false claim from an anonymous source is bad, right? But, like, we still have organizations that rely on anonymous sources. Or that when they do their reporting, cite anonymous sources. I literally talk about this all the time in the day-to-day of this show with anonymous sources from the White House or anonymous sources from like the Trump administration. And like, it's frustrating. I don't have a problem with anonymous sources either. That wasn't my complaint. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. It's happening again. Fuck, it's happening again. Like, if your claim is just, it would be bad if they lied, though, right? Yeah, of course it would be bad if they lied. Of course it would be fucking bad if it was not true. Like, oh, God. If the complaint is they have a pattern of doing this, I just want to see the fucking pattern. God, it's frustrating. I am going to fucking die if I continue this.
A face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had
telephone that housed
just
Joe
a short
Quake is no longer available.
Oh,
I
no.
love you. Ringed Planet.
Appreciated, Squirter General.
while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon.
Again, I thought we destroyed all of their nuclear making capabilities last year. But no, we are going deeper and deeper into this quagmire.
So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the three sites.
Nero Sludge, what the fuck? What the fuck? The president is a pedophile. There's more than enough evidence. You just don't want to see it? Who are you talking to? Not you? I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site, and that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process. while rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time that threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessful.
Yeah, 90% of the drones are dead and gone.
Successfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this.
Oh yeah, if we didn't do this, Iran was definitely about to launch a massive armada from the Strait of Hormuz and slowly maneuver it across the world to off the coast of Hawaii. They were gonna do a Pearl Harbor on us. It was only a matter of time. Like, what are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about?
They said they wanted to build a nuclear weapon in a nutshell. I don't know how they'd get it that small, but that's what they said.
Sake, never change. I appreciate you. Thank you.
At the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors.
What, the statement still stands? Why the fuck are we still listening to this guy? Because he's the fucking president of the United States and launched a unilateral war to invade a country of 90 million people. That's why we're talking about him. He's a fucking decrepit, ugly, awful, stupid pedophile, and he's leading our country into a fucking wood chipper while killing innocent civilians all across a major metropolitan area larger than New York City on the other side of the planet. Like, fuck! That's why we're talking about it. It's important. Stop it, guys.
And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in...
Okay, so we invaded to stop them from having nuclear weapons. We're literally just doing Iraq 2. It's so insufferably insane. Fuck me. Everyone loved Iraq, right? Like, that was so cool. It was so wonderful. God, the little blood clot that could. We're all rooting for you, champ.
In 2015, I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world, and I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply, and if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, They better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace.
They don't even have a nuclear weapon. Oh my god. We've finally stopped the nuclear menace. The only nuclear-powered menace that has invaded this country. Well, I guess there are two nuclear menaces invading this country. Israel and the United States. But that being said, they didn't have nuclear weapons.
Or anything, so the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping.
They were 2 weeks away. Yeah, Iran weirdly has always been 2 weeks away from completing a nuclear weapon. For the last 30 years, they've been 2 weeks away. It's crazy.
Them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families.
There were
We've done
exactly
that.
as
We've
many
done it. We
nukes
brought
in
it very
Iran
low.
as there
This
were
was
weapons
just an
of mass destruction in Iraq.
Exactly. Well, wait a minute. There were a lot of weapons of mass distraction in Iraq. Wait a minute. Does Iran have 100 million nukes?
excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them.
Autocorrect did you dirty. I'm so sorry.
For protection, we don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be.
Iran was so nuclear that every single person in Iran actually had a tiny nuclear weapon. Everyone had a nuclear weapon. That's why we had to attack them. We had to attack them before every person in Iran used their personal nuke to attack the United States. That's why we had to do it, folks.
Incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But
massive source of all these things. Imagine if we could take them. Imagine if we could take all of those things in Iran and make them
Have
ours.
some Bezos bucks, Captain.
Thank you very much, Simric. But, like, he's over here talking like the United States is gonna get these things. As if the Iranians, if they thought for a split second that the United States was gonna take control of any of those resources, wouldn't burn them to the fucking ground.
We're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do. And very successful.
Also, he's having to, like, read this entire thing from right in front of him. Like, he's turning into a corpse in real time.
Successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have.
Oh! Hey, I wonder what oil sanctions he's talking about. Can we think of any big country he's been really eager to help for a long time? Oh, that's right. He's talking about oil sanctions on Russia. There is also an element here where a large part of what he might be doing here is to try and help out his buddy Putin, you know?
Sanctions on some countries, we're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes...
Yeah, we'll have so much peace that we won't even have to put sanctions back on Russia, even if they keep attacking Ukraine.
What do you think the likelihood of China ceasing / having trade with us if this war escalates even further?
Unlikely unless the theater of war greatly expands, which is not an impossible outcome here.
But Jack, I know it's really hard to wrap our heads around it and it's super far-fetched. But have you also considered that Biden is not a leftist?
Oh, that was a good pull, Salmon Moose. That was a good reference. Thank you for the tier 4 sub. Very much appreciated. Spot Dogs, thank you for being a member as well. Oh, God. Some days Biden is not a leftist more than other days, and today Biden is very not a leftist. And if anyone has no idea what I'm talking about, that's fine. It's a reference. It's fine.
The U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through.
It's okay, depraved ambiance. My frustration stems when I have conversations from not knowing if there's a lack of understanding because I'm not communicating my position properly or my ideas properly, and that's really difficult for me when my entire job is communication, right? And so, well, that's also balanced along the need to do a show, and it's very frustrating to be oh, okay, what's the thing, and then just completely have the things like ships passing in the night, those ideas. So you're totally fine. It's cool. It was not helped by other chatters piling onto that and then choosing to be little dick weasels. So that's other people being dick weasels is not on you, okay?
But the Dow is over 9,000.
Danger Vince, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you.
We have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships.
All of our guys are just the best at minesweepers.
And we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast.
They play it every day.
We hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries.
They were gonna, we didn't actually invade because Iran was gonna have nukes. We were invading them because they had weapons aimed all over the place. Yeah, all their weapons were aimed everywhere, every country around them at risk. It's true, folks. That's why we invade. He, in the span of this speech, has given so many different reasons for why we're doing what we're doing to Iran, while also announcing, help for his good friend Vladimir Putin. Just every fucking, 2 minutes, he brings something new up. He's fading so fast, and he's in charge of so many people who are capable of raining so much death. And it's so fucking scary, is what it is.
That had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the.
The feeling I would describe is like an even higher stakes version of seeing somebody leave a bar, like just blackout drunk, and get into a car that has like a baby in the back seat. You know, like it's like it feels really fucking bad to watch this happen every day, and it's just slow rolling. Like it's so fucking scary. But Jack, he's just a master of the weave. People talk about the weave as if it's a deliberate strategy on his part and not simply the result of a dying brain. It's insane.
The Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
So, again, in this speech, the weave is what they call his passing thoughts that become new trails of ideas. Like, he's weaving the same way someone in a bar who's had several drinks too many weaves between different topics. That's what he's doing, except the source of his inebriation is just dementia, you know? Yeah, ideological vomit. Exactly. The issue here is that, like, he's like, oh, yeah, the war is basically over, but, we'll hit them 20 times harder if anything happens. And, like, the war's not over. Literally, Iran today said, the war's not over. We're going to double down and fight it even harder. And then they committed themselves to launching even bigger missiles. Fuck. It is absolutely exhausting day after day. Good night, Lady Raincloud. Be good sleep. But, I mean, like, we haven't even touched on the fact that in this war on Iran, Israel has been enabled to just invade southern Lebanon. Like, right now, they're invading southern Lebanon. As of 5 hours ago, there's this story about a Lebanese Catholic priest and his congregants getting blown up by an Israeli tank. Like, it's awful. Here's a report from a Lebanese newspaper. Yeah. That al-Rahi was killed after an Israeli tank fired on the home of a local couple a second time after several people had rushed there to try to help. They double-tapped a Catholic priest. We narrowly escaped the massacre because there were many of us there, said Hannah Daher, a head of council in the village of Klaya, according to L'Orient Le Jour. Despite this, several people were injured, including the priest, Pierre El Rai, who succumbed to his wounds. Like, they are... Oh... So much bad is going on here. And it's really difficult to put into words. Okay? Because, like, every day it gets worse and worse. And, I mean, just 3 hours ago here, Iranian school homes hit in new U.S. missile attack. Iran's mayor news agency says there's been a U.S. missile attack on a school in the central city of Khomeini. It identified the site as Dr. Hafez Khomeini School and said several residential homes around the building were damaged. No immediate reported casualties. Like, it's so... There's no reason for any of this, man. It's so frustrating. It's so infuriating. It's so monstrous. And also, like, when you listen to Donald Trump, he's like, yeah, it's basically over. If they restart anything, we'll come down harder on them. But, like, all the nations around Iran and Lebanon are currently arming for war. Iraq is deploying actual troops to try and prevent the war from spilling over into Iraq. Like, we are... Oh, this entire thing is rapidly spinning out of control for anyone to stop. And yeah, of course, Trump threatens to hit Iran harder if it blocks energy supplies. So essentially, it's all over, but Donald Trump is going to take control over the Strait of Hormuz, but he doesn't have control over the Strait of Hormuz yet. So instead, he's going to say, it's basically done. And then say, but it's not going to be done if Iran starts like hitting oil ships that are currently all too afraid to go through the Strait of Hormuz due to the fact that they are likely to be targeted and blown up. And like, none of this makes any sense because it's very clear that the United States is running low on basically all munitions because we're pulling them out of South Korea. And like, it's insane. It's insane. He's not stopping anything. The war is continuing just as it has been, and he's sitting there being like, it's done, because he saw the stock market going crazy over the price of oil hitting like over $100 per barrel. And I mean, frankly, there's no way that this ends well. There's no way that this ends well. There is just absolutely nothing stopping this from snowballing into worse and worse scenarios. It's deeply disturbing, and I'm really worried about where this all goes. Can't chicken out of this one. Well, that and the fact that like Donald Trump can't choose to just end the conflict because we poked the hornet's nest. Like, the Hornets don't just say, well, you walked away from our nest, we're going to leave you alone now. That's not how Hornets work. It's very frustrating. But, like, this is going to be... This is going to be something where people are going to keep saying, well, it's the worst it can get, and then it's going to get worse and worse over time. Like, that's like every day this situation is going to be deteriorating a little bit by little bit because Iran cannot back down because they are the defenders in this situation, and the United States isn't going to back down because if Donald Trump pulls out and oil prices stay high, he knows he's fucked. And so, like, Netanyahu isn't going to stand down because Netanyahu wants to call elections early and use this rally around the flag idea to win. And, like, the only way this goes in the short term, in my mind, is from bad to worse. And we're already at pretty fucking bad. So, we'll continue talking about this in the days and weeks ahead, but like, it'd be really great if Congress could get its shit together and stop Donald Trump from pursuing this unconscionable conflict. And I will say, there is a plan currently, as ineffective as Democrats have been, there is a plan to call essential continuous votes for a war powers resolution in order to try and give as many off-ramps as possible and to coalesce enough Democrat and Republican support to curtail Donald Trump's activities. And I do think that especially as things continue to get worse and worse, you're going to find more people in Congress who are going to side against this pointless conflict and the economic damage And that economic damage, by the way, is only going to accelerate if and when the United States runs out of missile interceptors and Iran can start really, really hitting and hammering home on U.S. targets. So that's essentially where things stand with Iran at the moment. So hopefully that all made sense. Sorry about the what I'm sure are several weird cuts in this video. But yeah, it's going to get so much worse. Because again, if we had someone who is sane or rational in office, the chances for de-escalation, at least on one side, could be secured. But like, we've put Iran into a corner where they also can't really de-escalate. There's not really an off-ramp here. At least until more people are ousted from this administration. So, all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. I'll try and keep you guys updated as best I can. Leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help the channel grow. And also, please consider joining your local Dems. We got to organize on the local level. Join your local Dems, make them more progressive. Get rid of those conservative Democrats on the local level. We need to start there and build up, okay? We on the left have been far too quiet for far too long, far too meek, far too complacent. And we need to do the hard work of organizing. So show up at your local Democratic meetings, show up at your local DSA meetings. Let's connect our DSA more, with labor, more with working class folks. Let's make our DSAs more effective. Let's make our local Dems more progressive. Let's do the hard work of showing up for ourselves and for our country and for the world, frankly, because we owe it to everyone to fight the fascist forces here in America and, frankly, stop this imperial aggression. We have to do that work. And it's not going to get done if we don't do it. So, all that said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. Link down in the description. And new styles, sizes, and colors coming in the near future. Check it out. And with that, let's keep going. It's all good, Neurosledge. I don't think people hate these idiots enough. That's true.
Jack, this money is for Benjamin Netanyahu, so don't steal it. At Yoke Peter Quake Ringed Planet.
I'm
emoji.
gonna steal it. I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna steal that cash, that cold hard cash. Thank you for the $6.66, Jupiter Quake. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the show. And holding those back-to-back votes is also performative for the Dems regarding the midterm elections. Yeah, but that's good. Like, we need performance. Politics is in large part performance, right? Like, politicians are also performers. It is good that they feel compelled to put on that performance. And it's also good that that performance might actually be a viable vehicle to bring an end to this conflict. So, yeah. What was Dr. Softhole's funeral like? I can't tell you. It'd be a violation of privacy. I love when Jack roasts centrists like Ezra Klein. I feel like I could make a show every single time Ezra Klein makes a program to just dunk on Ezra Klein. I feel like I could do that every fucking day And honestly, as I say that, what, Ezra Klein has like one podcast episode a week for the New York Times? I feel like we could do that. I feel like that might be doable. A companion piece for Ezra Klein's show. You could call it the Klein bottle. Oh, I feel like I should get that reference, but I don't. I'm sorry. You should work for the Majority Report. You know, I'm incredibly flattered. I appreciate that. I think I would have a lot of fun going on the Majority Report, but I can't for the life of me think of any reason why they would invite me on. So I'll have to work to just get bigger until they do. Oh, a Klein bottle folds into itself? It's one of those funky bottles? Those bottles are cool. Get her on the show as a guest? It's true. Also, I'm growing into my MILF era, so I think it'd be a great idea for me to go on the I've Had It podcast, you know? Like I feel like they could teach me a thing or two about like becoming like a really cool MILF who's angry and drinks wine. I think that'd be a really honestly aspirational. Honestly, they're both pretty aspirational. And I think I'd have fun going on their show. Western press is trying to portray Mojtaba Khamenei as hardliner, but sadly only on internal, which is the worst. His foreign policy is cowardly. That's interesting. I did not know that. I do have to look. I have to admit, I need to look more into his politics because I'm not that familiar with him as a political figure. I turned 43 today. Am I a gamilf? What is a gamilf? Sounds like gefilte Wait, Jack, you aren't already in your MILF era? I don't know. Am I in my MILF era? It's a loaded question to ask to a YouTube chat. Oh, are you in your GILF era? Well, a GILF is like I guess a GILF would be like a grandma or grandfather that you'd like to fuck. So I don't know that you at 43 are in a GILF phase. You'd just be maybe a filth? DILF? Old man Yowie? There you go. Also, hot take, there needs to be more older characters in Yaoi and Yuri. That's my hot take, okay? Enough of this like young 20 something shit. Let me see a hot steamy love story between the olds, all right? I think it'd be great. I'd prefer it. I'm 50 and I'm aiming for the salt and pepper look. That's such a fucking good look though. It's so good. It's called Bara. No, but Bara, I feel like Bara's a little different. Because, like, Bara, isn't that just more like bear bod? Like, it's not like big beefy boy. Like, that's not older individuals. I guess that could encompass. We're really off track. We need to get back on track. I embrace being a cougar personally. It's such a cool feeling. I like it. Yeah, some Bara is old man yaoi. Some, but not all. It's true. It's like a rectangle and square situation. Squish. Also, my boobs look great in a sports bra. We can't talk about how fuckable our elders are. We absolutely can. Like, have you seen Helen Mirren? God damn, she's good looking. Also, oh god, what's her name? Meryl Streep. Oh my god, Meryl Streep. Hot as hell. You don't think Helen Mirren was ever your type? Are you kidding? You're telling me Helen Mirren would not have been your type? Actually, I don't know if I can show this picture. You can see her areolas. In the 1960s and 70s, all right, Helen Mirren, holy shit. Then you got the 80s, the 90s, the aughts. Every era of Helen Mirren has been sublime. All right? Oh, Gillian Anderson is also fine as fuck. It's true. Just Googled it, I agree. Right? There you go. All right. So, as promised, after every segment we do tonight, I'm going to show you something that I'm excited about. Okay? Here we go. This is a roguelike coming out later this year. I think actually next month. And it's called Soul Sesto, and it just looks like a cool adventure game. And if you think you know where this is going, you do not.
I wonder what the Helen Mirren of Japan would be. Who's Helen Mirren?
Look at how cool this looks. Isn't that cool as hell? It just looks really cool. Oh, cool. What AI model is this? It's, as far as I know, not made with any AI. Don't see the appeal at all. Not my kind of game. That's fine. All right. Let's jump in. Also, folks, we've been going for almost 2 hours now. If you're enjoying the show, getting anything out of it, sorry for yelling at so many of you. Please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the, hit the various buttons, and consider supporting the stream. Attack on Tony.
I
Attack on
just
Pony
ate
Productions.
a $2.50 cheeseburger from BK. YTF, does it taste better than a $10 cheese from McDonald's?
That I couldn't answer for you. Is McDonald's $10 per burger now? That's insane. Thank you for the $5 dono, Attack on Pony Productions. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And the excellent joke.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button.
Brent A, stop trying to get around the bans. Like, do you understand that by doing that, you like fucked up your relationship with this community? You gotta respect the fucking dynamic, bro. Like, you are subverting the fucking ban to tell me to watch the video. Like, I can't believe you. Stop being a fucking idiot. Stop it. Stop it. Leave us alone. Like, you could have, like, put in, like, an unban request or, like, send me a DM. But instead, you're doubling and tripling down on this shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, clearly, you do not respect me or the mods. Like, you are fucking coming back over and over and over again, and you are then saying the exact fucking thing again that we banned you about. Like, you need to be corrected? You need to fuck right off. Jesus Christ. You need to be corrected. Look, you had like a fucking hour to like come up and like list the thing I asked you about. And instead you're like, no, you need to watch a 30-minute video. Fuck you. You need to be corrected. You need to get your head out of your ass.
Parasociality should be kept for when you're jumping out of a plane with friends.
Indeed. But also, like, I don't need to be corrected. I don't need that. Because I'm not wrong. And if you have a problem with this organization, just say what it is. And if you're incapable of saying what it is, I'm not going to waste my time. Do you know how many fucking lunatics have come through and tried to post links to like, hey, watch this 50 view fucking nonsense channel about how the world is ruled by serpent people? And like, I have a finite amount of time. You think I'm going live after midnight because like I'm just not busy during the day? My time is precious to me, and I try to prioritize this shit. It's frustrating as fuck, especially from someone who shows up every day to watch this show, and you know that I have to deal with this shit. Like, I said I would watch it later, now I'm not going to watch it. Specifically to spite you. I will never watch that fucking video. Congrats. Hopefully you've learned this is not the way to solve your problems. Or to convince people to do shit. Fuck off. I love the nonsensical, long-winded rant. It's my best content that I've ever done. You're right. Watch the Uber try again in the same stream. Oh, he's absolutely going to. He has no respect for any of you or any of me. Ugh. Man. Well, I'm trying to bit. I'm trying to reconvene my mental faculties. Jack, may I suggest a moratorium on that topic so we know if they created a different account, not Brent? I mean, the moratorium, like, I didn't... God. Like, of all the things for folks to get weird as shit about, this is a wild one. You know, like, I just... This was it, huh? This was like the stick that broke the camel's back? That's crazy. What triggered this? To give context, what triggered this was someone observing that, like, the part of the... because I mentioned, like, the apocalyptic ideas rampant in the US military about, like, fighting a war of Armageddon, as in the Book of Revelations. Someone mentioned that that was all based on anonymous reporting, and, like, the organization might be sussy, and, like, I asked, how is the organization sussy? And people then began directing me to watch a 30-minute video, like, going over the topic, but we were in the middle of doing something else. I was like, well, can you tell me what the thing is? so we can move on. And I still have yet to get really a clear answer on what exactly is sussy, other than this niche organization has different like press releases that they put out that seem similar in nature, and like that just doesn't really seem like evidence that this is faked. So that is the context, and the context is someone got really upset and wanted to like really wanted me to watch the video like right now, and then they got timed out for a day, and instead of just taking that time out, they made an alt to get around the timeout, and then they just got banned, and now they've continued to make alts. That is the context. And normally I wouldn't be giving this the time of day, but the fact is that this was a chatter who's shown up a lot, and that, you know, that matters more to me. Like, it matters more to me when one of you who has been like a member of this community for a while like suddenly decides today's the day to go off the deep end and like be a real shit. And I don't know, makes me upset. So I will get over this. We will continue the show, but I needed a minute to just like breathe. There you go. Maybe they're having a really bad night. I mean, clearly. So, all that being said, we're going to move on and continue the show as best we are able. Okay. Y'all ready to move on? Thanks, Avanemone. Let's go? Hell yeah. Are there good nights these days? I mean, there are nights where at least I'm not fucking livid at people in chat, you know? Those nights do exist. Recombobulate. Indeed. There we go. Nailed it. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, I decided that it's been a while since we checked in on what's Elon Musk up to. And, well, just a couple days ago, he posted this over on Twitter, reposting a clip of Tucker Carlson. Tucker, every other group in the world has a right to its own homeland except white people? What? Explain how that makes sense. White people deserve a homeland. Elon Musk. True. So he's just like full on white nationalist posting. Let's listen to this clip, shall we?
Well, just on principle, like every other group in the world has the right to its own homeland except white people? Like what?
Yeah.
Like tell me, just explain to me how that makes sense. Either no group has the right or every group has the right. Yep. It's really that simple. And if you want to say no group has the right, okay. You might even convince me. I don't know. I'm not a race guy, actually, by my temperament.
Okay, but this is what makes Tucker Carlson so dangerous. This is especially what makes people who are like, look at Tucker, he opposes war with Iran. He opposes what's happening to the Palestinians. This is why it is really fucking scary to see people washing Tucker Carlson, because he is a white nationalist. He will straight up say a white nationalist talking point that like members of the KKK talk about when in the, like their private Telegram chats or whatever. He'll straight up say that and be like, but I'm not a race guy.
Honkas.
And like, Matt at Yahoo, thank you for gifting a sub to Amber Brains. But the issue here is that white people don't have a homeland because whiteness isn't a thing. It's a social construct. People don't really want to engage with this topic all that much, but I'll straight up say, hey, there isn't like one homogenous group known as white people. You got the Irish sometimes, you've got the Italians sometimes, you've got the British, you've got, you know, a bunch of different ethnic groups, of course, but like those are all distinct groups.
Honk is too electric boogaloo.
Matt at Yahoo, thank you for getting the white names in chat. Appreciate you. But like, there are like ancestral homelands for different ethnic groups of white people. But white people as a block, that's not a thing at all. Unless he means albino people, that's absolutely not what he means.
I'm not a race guy. Takes off clan hood.
I mean, exactly. Like, that's what he's doing here. But let's just listen to the rest of this clip.
Not all. I'd kind of like to ignore it. But as long as some groups have a right to self-determination, then every group has a right. It's that simple. Yes. And if there's a special carve-out where one group doesn't have a right, you have to explain to me why that group doesn't have that right.
Yep. Absolutely.
Is that fair?
No, it's absolutely fair. Well, I think South Africa is a...
What? I mean, what the hell is... Why are we playing along with this nonsense?
Yeah, it's this...
Also, like, what's absolutely insane to me is to start claiming, like, the ancestral homeland of, like, the white Afrikaners in South Africa is South Africa? Like, are you kidding? Like, what? What? You have a right to your white homeland in South Africa? Are you sure about that? Are you sure? Like, God, the fact that he's talking to like this pro-apartheid motherfucker here while talking about, don't white people have the right to self-determination to create a whites-only nation? But I'm not a race guy. Like, it's fucking nuts that Tucker Carlson has been allowed to, like, scuttle back into power. It is crazy. The fact that anyone on the left, Cenk Uygur, if you can still even be counted on the left, thinks that working with Tucker Carlson is a good idea, like, you're fucking deluded. Just straight up.
This narrative has become this massive stream that is turned into rapids on a river that just pulls everyone along. And this narrative just says if you're white, then there's inherently something wrong with you.
It doesn't make any...
What narrative are you talking about? What do you... Like, again, all of these aggrieved losers go out there day after day and they're like, your kids are being taught to hate themselves because they're white. They're being taught that having white skin is bad and that will lead to the destruction of white people. And it's just like fucking racist fear-mongering over something that isn't happening. Like, I'm sorry, your white kids aren't going to school and being taught that being white is bad. That's just, like, conservative fantasizing, you know, as far as they go, you know, doomer fantasizing about schools. It's weird that they're fantasizing about schools at all, let's be very clear here, but we all know there's a reason for that.
It's even more insane that TC asks more follow-up questions than the MSM.
Right?
Walter Cronkite is rolling over in his grave.
Like, everyone was trying to give, like, scrambling over themselves to give Tucker Carlson, like, flowers for how he handled Mike Huckabee. But I need y'all to understand, he's just a guy who asks very basic follow-up questions. And he's also anti-Semitic. So, like, this was a perfect storm for him. It's frustrating as fuck.
Sense, and it's leading toward a really bad conclusion, obviously, as it has for every other group targeted in this way has really suffered in a bit, and there are a lot of them. Okay. It's not, there are a lot of them.
Yep.
And it never ends up well. And I just don't know why we're playing along where you're not even allowed to say, oh, you haven't been. I don't care anymore, obviously. But
as a kid, I was self-hating over being white because of the genocide of indigenous people, but I'm also dumb as shit and had other unaddressed problems. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, because part of the reason there is that feeling is because we're not teaching we're not teaching history properly. We're not actually having conversations about the historical events in full, really. And what happens when you don't sit down and have that conversation about these basics, even if they're uncomfortable conversations about historical realities, then what winds up happening is that kids do feel like, oh, people who looked like me did that, and then they feel really bad that they look like that. When instead of teaching the topic as it should be taught, which is that these are historical evils that we live with echoing into our reality to this day, and we need to stand up against them, and we need to stand up against those things repeating themselves now, but also we need to stand up against the unjust effects of those past actions. In a sense, we are all standing up and have to make the decision to stand up against the historical evils of slavery that reverberate into the present day, which is, by the way, part of the premise of ideas like teaching explicit anti-racism. That's part of why people were advocating for that, because when you are actively against racism, then you're aware of it. Whereas teaching people colorblindness essentially teaches them to just ignore the current injustices that beset us as a result, the inheritance of these past atrocities. And so, it's important to teach an active opposition to these things. And we don't do that. In part because conservatives don't want us to do that, because they still hold racist views. That's fully it, right? And so, I don't know. I hope what I'm saying here is all making sense to you guys.
Again, either every group has a right to self-determination or no group does. You can't have this system where, some groups do or all groups do but one. No. It's all or nothing on this.
Yeah, well, I can guarantee...
Tell me how I'm wrong.
No. Well, I can guarantee you that when I get back home, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble for this interview.
I don't know why, though. I mean, what's the counter argument? I don't really get it. What is the counter argument? There's only one group on the entire face of the planet that doesn't have the right that every other group has?
Well, also, countries, you do have the right to form an ethno-state, but do you have the power to keep it? That's kind of the thing, right? When we're talking about nation states and nation building, we're not really talking about the right to do it. You're talking about the power to do it. And these are two very different things. You could have an ethno-state that violently enforces that homogeneity, but that requires military power to enforce and to maintain. And nation states fundamentally are a way of organizing power. So part of the issue here is that he's like, well, don't white people have the right to maintain white countries? And no, you don't have that right, because other people also have the right to self-determination. And some of those people happen to live in areas that, these white nationalists want to claim as their own. And when you start getting down into that situation, that's when the power kicks in. It's not simply, and what Tucker Carlson is talking about here is not simply a right to self-determine. He's also talking about a right to impose your will on other people. this is part of why he's so dangerous. He is injecting these ideas into the body politic. Like, God. No, you don't have that right. Sorry if I... Well, again, but I'm saying, like, if someone is an individual white nationalist, they have a, you know, I guess abstractly, a right to say, I, as an individual, am self-determining, that I and my household is whites only. And, like, you have that right, I guess, in an intellectual sense, but, like, it requires power to make that real. Otherwise, it's just an imagination game, you know? And so, the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, Tucker Carlson is trying to set up this awful, awful situation. He's using right to self-determine as a Trojan horse for right to violently impose, right? And that's really dangerous. And, like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna fight every fucking white nationalist, tooth and nail, with any and all means at my disposal to prevent them from being able to fulfill that ambition, you know? And so, all of this is something that is going to poison whatever remains of the Republican Party. And it is our duty to fight them. You know, in the name of freedom, in the name of all of our brothers and sisters who live in bondage and under oppression, because they do not have the power to maintain that kind of white supremacy. They may desire it with all their rotten little hearts. Tucker Carlson might be someone who believes in nothing and doesn't actually care all that much, and is just using this as a vehicle to power, but, like, you have to have power to actually make that happen, and we need to do everything in our power to stop them.
Like, tell me how.
It's
No,
really
I mean, like,
bizarre.
maybe there's a good answer. I'm waiting for it.
No, well, we don't know what the answer is.
So there is no answer. And so because there is no answer, the way that uniformity is maintained is just through threats. Like, shut up.
Yep.
You're a bad person.
What's interesting to me is he's talking about, you know, I think I find the end of this clip very interesting, right? Because what he's trying to do here is to portray the left that stands in opposition to ethnic cleansing campaigns and genocide, or at least should be in opposition to that in every single case. But simply telling someone who's saying something hateful to shut up is not what maintains uniformity. Which, I would add, a system that maintains uniformity is literally what he's advocating for in a white nationalist state. Like, oh boy. It's very, very frustrating. Don't you love how not mad he is, right? And I just have to say, I did, out of curiosity, go and try and look up where he got this
It's really
clip.
simple. By the way, compared to all the other
Oh god, here we go. Found it. So, there is this is from a larger interview, of course, from about a year ago. Man charged with treason for speaking to Tucker about killing of whites in South Africa, because this was back when they were trying to make the claim, again, that there was a white genocide going on in South Africa, which there's not, for the record. And yeah, this guy is here specifically to essentially try and and make the argument that like South Africa should go back to being an apartheid state. Like, it's yeah, not great. Let me just pull up something really quick from him. Do mm. Yeah, here you go. So he's the head of the Lex Libertas Institute, formerly called the Pioneer Initiative. And let's see how he describes himself here. Let's see. He's the executive director of the newly established Lex Libertas, which seeks to promote a more sustainable political dispensation for South Africa based on the principles of decentralization and self-governance. This dude's literally an anarcho-capitalist.
This is why they can't have martinis. There was a white gin inside happening.
Like, this guy is an anarcho-capitalist who's like, why shouldn't we be able to create a whites-only corporation? Like, that's genuinely his outlook on the world, and that's who Tucker Carlson is courting for stuff like this. It's, well, frustrating as hell to say the least, but, you know, let's hear their argument. Here's from about 41 minutes into their interview together. This is what Elon Musk, the world's richest man, is mainlining into the Republican establishment.
And is that allowed under your 94 Constitution? I thought there was some provision for that.
Well, it's interesting that you know this. Yes. So there's a section in the South African Constitution, Section 235, that provides for self-determination for communities. Now, there's some ambiguity in terms of how to interpret that section, but there's some constitutional provision for that. And so during the 90s, the negotiations for a new South Africa, the more conservative groups who were white and black, who were arguing for self-determination, were made fun of by the ruling party at the time, the National Party, and the ANC, of course. And also,
I wonder what the chances are of this guy being like a pro-Rhodesia guy. You know, actually, I'm going to look that up really quick while he's talking. Ernst Rowitz.
So some Westerners, this is just backwards. This idea of governing yourself is somehow an old ancient thing that we should move away from. And part of the problem, part of the reason why they were made fun of is the question is, how do you do that practically? And the only way to practically do that is to have areas where people live concentrated, where people form a de facto majority. And there are such areas, like, for example, when you talk about the Zulus and so forth, the Afrikaner people are pretty much dispersed, although there are some areas where we live more concentrated. But there's, for example, there are some initiatives to get Afrikaners to move closer together. And I think that's a solution that we need to really focus on, is getting the Afrikaners to move closer together.
So they're clustered in Pretoria, was my understanding.
The majority, yes. Pretoria, and then the Western Cape, and the south of the country. And then there's this Orania initiative in the Northern Cape.
So tell us about that. What is Orania?
So Orania is a cultural community. It's an Afrikaner cultural community. It's fairly small. It's about 3,000 people, but it's growing rapidly. It's growing by about 12 to 15% per year. And the idea is it's a culture. It's privately owned. It's a community where the Afrikaner culture can survive and flourish. And it has been growing at quite a pace, even though it's from a small base. But the idea is to say this is an area where we are the majority. and we make our own decisions. We make our own laws. We govern ourselves. We make our own decisions in terms of what happens with our tax money, what happens, with our streets, what type of monuments.
Do you murder other people or oppress other people?
No.
Then why? Maybe you have an answer to this. A neighborhood, a community of 3,000 people, which is tiny, even by South African standards, has received unrelenting negative media attention in the West. Why is that such a moral crime, such an outrage to have a community like that?
Yeah, it's bizarre the extent to which Orania has been attacked, especially in the international media. So I spoke with a friend in Europe recently who said to me, I've only read negative things about Orania, but that's why I like it. because I know who's writing it.
A lot of us have reached that conclusion.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so...
So, just again, to really hammer this home, Orania is a white separatist South African town. Like, he's literally talking about a whites-only town. Like, when he's talking about self-determination here, he's like, well, why can't we form a whites-only town? Like, okay. Oh, it's been getting heavy backlash in the international press. Oh, I can't imagine why. Why a town of known racists would be reviled. That's almost like being a racist is bad. For those who can't understand tone, that was a joke. Racists are bad.
So in South Africa, there are many traditional...
The lying is just, can I just pause and just say, the lying is unsustainable. When, you open up the New York Times and it's a safe bet that whatever they're telling you is the opposite of the truth, then you've reached a point where it's like, why even have media coverage at that point? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So in South Africa, there are many cultural communities, like Zulu communities, different. Let's say there are many black cultural communities, and when they are reported on by the media, they would say, this Zulu cultural community so-and-so, or this Xhosa cultural community is doing this. But when it's Orania, they say it's a whites-only enclave. That's the term they use, even though it's a cultural community. So black communities...
But Okay.
Have that.
What is that? Why the hostility? And that's true globally, by the way. There's no... Any white majority country, there are very few left. Very few left, but there's just...
What? I'm sorry. Just... Like, this is just a lie. United States, Russia, Turkey, Germany, United Kingdom, France, Italy, Spain, Argentina, Canada, Ukraine, Poland, Australia, Kazakhstan, Chile, Romania, Netherlands, Belgium, Cuba, Sweden, Czechia, like Azerbaijan. I mean, I guess it depends on how white we talking, I guess. But like, also, it's still like 40 to 50 countries, no matter how you slice it here. Like, that's crazy. Again, he's not a big race guy, but he's like, there are too few white countries. It's dwindling by the day. I'm not a race guy, though.
Suspect because they exist. What is that?
I think it's underpinned by oikophobia, this idea of just hating your own people and wanting your own people to...
No, people just hate racists. Like, that, full stop. Like, if you're so racist you can't live alongside people who look a little different from you, like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna think you're an odious piece of shit, no matter what your skin color is.
It is strange. I'm not mad at China for being 99% Chinese or
exactly.
or whatever. I'm not mad at Burundi for being all black. It just doesn't never even enters my mind. What is that? Why is that? I mean, honestly, I guess now we can ask questions like this.
It would be
Silly Jack. It's called Azerbaijan.
Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake. But like, if we found out that China had a policy of expelling like different racial groups from the country, or I don't know, say targeting an ethnic minority with sterilization procedures and cultural destruction, we'd say that's bad. Oh wait, they're doing that right now with the Uyghur? Oh, that's bad. That's not something we should emulate or seek out. Like, this isn't difficult to figure out, guys. Like, do people think Chinese is an ethnicity? Racists do think Chinese is an ethnicity. They don't know that the Han exist as an ethnic bloc.
Yeah,
Do you have any idea?
I honestly think it's underpinned by an enormous sense of guilt within Western society or the Western world, not knowing how to make sense of the Second World War, and being influenced over decades and centuries by enlightened philosophy that talks about how you are the problem and how, you should have a sense of guilt for who you are, and the idea that community and identity is a bad thing. But it's not a bad thing if it's someone else. If
not only is it not a bad thing, it's required by law. Community and identity, I mean, those are like the buzzwords of the moment.
Yes.
But those are, I mean, basically it's just like everyone hates whites, including a lot of whites, and I just don't understand.
Everyone hates whites. Like, what are you talking about? Like, again, it's just imagined like racial grievance politics. That's it. Like, oh, people hate people for being white. No, people are upset about like the legacy of colonialism. They're upset about the legacy of like countless genocides.
I can't believe they're not investigating the Hibernians with their Clover space lasers.
Ah, yes, the Hibernian conspiracy. They came from inside the hollow earth with their Clover space lasers. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Understand that I am white, but I'm kind of agnostic on the question. I kind of like all people. I think they're all created by God.
I'm kind of agnostic on it, but I did spend the last like 10 minutes talking about how the world hates white people for some ill-defined, nebulous reason that I'm never going to fully explain.
But we're required to.
I just don't get it. Why do they all hate white people? What? I don't get it. Why are they all out there saying white people just go home, and then they're throwing rocks at us, and then we gotta go home? Why are they doing that? They're not doing that. That has not happened here. Like, stop it. I send my white kid to school, and they go into the building, and they come out, and they say, "Oh gosh, gosh, Dad, gosh, Mom, they taught me today to hate my race." Like, what are you talking about? I was in history class, and Mrs. Nemenblatz, she said that I should hate my white skin. And I said, why? And she said, because white people are bad. And then I had to go sit in the corner with a dunce cap on my head. Aw, jeez. I went to history class today, and my teacher said it was the law that we have to hate white people now. Huh. I guess I'm just full of self-loathing, and I just hate other white people now. Ah, jeez. Like, what are you talking about, man? You're being indoctrinated to hate your race. No, the only people that make me embarrassed to share a skin color with them are people like Tucker Carlson who are peddling this racist bullshit. Like, this dude sucks.
Pretend this isn't happening, but it is happening. Everybody hates the whites and wants them to die. Where?
Geez, Dad, I went to school today and my history teacher said, you know, because of the sins of my forefathers, we gotta die. So I'll be going to the sacrificial altar after school to give my life up for the cause. Because we gotta make up for all the bad things our ancestors did. Like, come on. Like, let's just have serious conversations about how to solve the inequities caused by, like, historical events and, like, just move on, man. Like, I don't know, you're a guy who's supposedly all about accountability, and you're over here being like, oh, they hate us because they hate us, but just about literally all non-white people. It's crazy.
Where's that come from?
I think it's primarily a Western thing.
But what's the root of it? I think it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yes.
And by the way, if everyone wanted Malaysians to die or something, I would say, whoa. You know, whatever.
Yeah, I'm the least racist guy you know. I'm Tucker Carlson.
My 4-year-old was forced to write this 10-page pledge to woke DABIPOC rule and sign it. They exclaimed they were inconsolable after.
It happened for real life. It happened for real life.
Malaysians to die or something, I would say, whoa.
I'm not a race guy. My name's Tucker Carlson. I'm not a race guy, but I did just come up with an entire group of people that, weirdly enough, was an ethnic group and not a racial group. That's interesting, isn't it? Or rather, not even a specific ethnic group, just like a country. Just like the residents of another country. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how this guy switches from talking about, you know, white people as a general block to talking about citizens of another nation? And he's like just going between that without any kind of like hitch in his giddy up. No pause, no nothing. Because like this guy is out there peddling lies, and he knows that they're lies, but he's willing to do it because it gets him views and it gets him power. And Tucker Carlson is a guy who's all about building that power.
You know, whatever Malaysia has done through the years, like you can't attack people on the basis of their Malaysianness. That's just wrong. I would say that, and I would mean it too.
Yes,
but it's considered a crime to say that about whites. Like, where does that come from? I'm honestly baffled. Do you have any idea?
Well, no, I can only speculate. I think some part of this oikophobia. I honestly think Enlightenment philosophy has played a big role in this.
Oh, just as an FYI, in case anybody's wondering, yes, the rejection of Enlightenment values and empiricism is, in fact, a core part of any fascist ideology. It's quite literally a component, one of the 14 points of, fascism. So, just interesting to hear these people constantly spout the exact kinds of things that define fascism.
I think the influence of, ideas about power structures and all these stuff that's coming from America. It used to come from Europe.
But the Chinese have an awful lot of power in Asia, and I never hear anybody say you should it's outrageous that China's 95% Han or something. It's not even a thing. It's something about.
Oh, he does know the Han Chinese, but again, notice now he's talking about three things. He's talking about white people, a racial group. And then he's talking about, and by the way, the concept of race is based on scientific racism, like pseudo-scientific, justification for, the American slave state. But, he's using that pseudo-scientific term to then talk about the essentially residents of a nation to then talking about an ethnic group. He's now talking about all three as if they're the same things and interchangeable.
It's not fascism. I uttered it and did not hear an Umberto echo.
You look like a bitch.
No, it was the wrong button. You don't look like a bitch. There you go. That was the one I was trying to press.
Well, as they say in our universities, whiteness
yes.
is uniquely offensive.
Yes.
It's uniquely, and I don't think that's a product of Enlightenment philosophy because, I mean, this is a new thing. This is post-war. The Second World War did this in some way that I don't fully understand. I don't understand at all.
I mean, I would imagine that post-World War II and the subsequent, freedom for former colonial holdings across the world might have something to do with a, anger towards different demographic groups that perpetrated that. But even in these cases, I still haven't heard like all white people are evil and bad outside of some extraordinarily fringe cases.
I think so. Alasdair McIntyre has an explanation of how to make sense of how we derailed in trying to make sense of the Second World War. I mean, obviously, Hitler was evil and all of that. I mean, no one disagrees with that.
Obviously,
but so the wrong lesson from the Second World War is that nationalism is evil, or a sense of pride in your identity is evil. And there are a lot of people who would really like us to believe this, that we need to abolish communal.
But again, nations are different than ethnic groups, and ethnic groups are different than racial groups.
Identities. McIntyre's line...
Only when they're white.
Yes, yeah, of course.
So it's actually, I don't think anyone thought the lesson of the war was that nationalism is evil, only that nationalism when whites do it.
Yeah, when whites do it, yeah. So
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, not a race guy though. Tucker Carlson, not a race guy. Though, look, he might seem like a race guy, but he's not a race guy,
McIntyre's line is that a sense of communal identity and pursuing what is good for your people is a good. And what went wrong with the Second World War was that Hitler was trying to pursue this good at the expense of all other goods. He was detaching this one thing from everything else. And you cannot do that without committing evil and inflicting evil. And so
also, just worth noting that Tucker Carlson brought up the idea that nationalism wasn't bad. Well, I guess it's only bad when white people does it. He brought that up in relation to talking about Hitler. Like Hitler was bad, and he's like, yeah, no, everyone agrees with that. But then, like, they're just whitewashing Nazi ideas. That's it. Oh boy.
So I think it's a bizarre situation where we are in currently, but
so I thought and think that the lesson of the Second World War was that targeting people for violence and discrimination, but especially violence on the basis of their immutable genetic characteristics was wrong. That's what I was taught.
It's inherently
that
evil.
then. I believe that now as much as I've ever believed it. But it's just crazy to see people say that on the one hand, and then for a lot of people, a lot of our leaders, the lesson of the Second World War was, no, that's good.
Yeah.
Actually, you need to target more people on the basis of their immutable ethnic characteristics, their whiteness.
Their immutable ethnic characteristics, their whiteness. Oh boy, but you're not talking about the same things. Ethnicity and race are different things, and nationality is a third different thing. Stop it.
Yes.
And kill them. Like that's the
Who is saying this? Like, he's created a whole ass straw army to fight this point. Like, no one is saying this. Outside of, again, fringe weirdos on, like, TikTok.
lesson? No, that's the opposite lesson, right?
Yeah, of course. Well, so in South Africa, and this is part of the bizarre part of it, is the ruling party in South Africa, they would write in their own policy documents. They say our ideology is a blend of race, nationalism, and socialism. That's literally what Nazi means. Now, I'm not saying they're Nazis, but in some sense, they're calling themselves Nazis if they say we promote a combination of race, nationalism, and socialism.
Yeah, I don't think people can hear themselves. I mean, I think even this conversation will be like, oh, that's a Nazi conversation. It's like, no. We're arguing, or I'll speak for myself. I'm arguing against what I thought the core idea was.
Okay, real quick. I wanna look up this this claim.
That's literally what Nazi means. Blend in their own policy documents. They say our ideology is a blend of race, nationalism, and socialism. That's literally what Nazi means. Now, I'm not saying they're Nazis, but in some sense, they're calling themselves Nazis if they say we promote a combination of race, nationalism, and socialism.
Yeah, I don't think people can hear themselves. I mean, I think even this conversation will be like, oh, that's a Nazi conversation. It's like, no. We're arguing.
Which, I'm sorry, which of these groups?
Yes.
And kill them.
Yeah, of course. Well, so in South Africa, and this is part of the bizarre part of it, is the ruling party in South Africa, they would write in their own.
Okay. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Majority Party South Africa. Let's see. Keep in mind, I know nothing about South African politics, like whatsoever. But I am curious to know if he's just pulling this wholesale out of his ass. Okay, so the African National Congress is the largest ANC. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Okay. So in their documents, they do talk about race, but in the context of rectifying the wrongs done by the apartheid system. So yeah, they have a heavy focus on race because part of the goal of their political party is to rectify that situation, that imbalance that exists. And like, is crazy. Now, I do want to know. I do want to know if they've got other things going on here. Okay. I'm unclear about what exactly is socialist about South Africa that he's alleging, or about the ANC that he's alleging, because as far as I know, South Africa is very much in kind of that neoliberal capitalist camp. So I'm a bit confused exactly what he's talking about in that regard. Yeah. Genuinely, I'm not seeing anything else about like this socialist element. So I think the Nazi might be lying here, guys.
In their own policy documents, they say our ideology is a blend of race, nationalism, and socialism. That's literally what Nazi means. Now, I'm not saying they're Nazis, but in some sense, they're calling themselves Nazis if they say we promote a combination of race, nationalism, and socialism.
Yeah, I don't think people can hear themselves. I mean, I think even this conversation will be like, oh, that's a Nazi conversation. It's like, no. We're arguing, or I'll speak for myself. I'm arguing against what I thought the core idea was, or the core bad idea in the Second World War, which is that you should attack people, hurt people because of how they were born. I'm just
based on who they are.
Always been opposed to that. I will always be opposed to that. But now it's like complaining about it makes, I don't know, it's all so...
You're not even allowed to say this has to
It's
stop.
also fake. It's also fake. Like, it's actually, this is all a cover for something much more sinister that is not really related to the Second World War. Like, I just don't think, because it doesn't make any sense. As an intellectual exercise, you just like immediately hit a brick wall.
Yep.
Like, what you're saying is nonsensical, right?
Yeah, well, it's difficult to make sense of it because it's completely irrational.
It's completely irrational. Therefore, I think it's a lie. Because it doesn't even, like, I don't have a especially high IQ, and it's super obvious to me that it doesn't make any sense. So, like, what really, I guess there's no answer. I don't know the answer, but there's...
I'm not a race guy. I don't know the answer. It's fine. Well, whatever. Maybe whites need their own nation state. I'm not a race guy, but I'm just, look at me. I'm wearing a button-up shirt. I'm a normal guy just like you. Ha, 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 ha. Not racist.
Something very deep going on here, where the leaders of every country in the world all of a sudden decide this one ethnic group needs to be killed. Like, what?
Well, I think one part of it is something that you've said before, which is affluence. The people in the Western world have become very affluent, and unfortunately, as a result of that...
As we all know, hard times breed prosperity. Prosperity breeds weak men, and weak men breed hard times. It's a lot of breeding going on.
Very self-centered, and in many ways, they've become disconnected from their communities, disconnected from their tradition and so forth.
There's no doubt about that. But I mean, I just spent a lot of...
That's right. It's very important and intrinsic to our society that only white people be allowed to participate in it. It's just our culture, bro. It's such an insane argument to make. Like, no, you don't have the right to live next to me and build a farm where you do the things you want to do because our culture says only white people can live next to white people. Like, I'm sorry, this is bullshit. This is all fucking bullshit from weak-ass racist baby men.
Time in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf, the most affluent countries in the world per capita, I think. I mean, they are. And... whatever you think of them, you don't see a lot of Arab leaders being like, we're too Arab. That's the problem, where I hate myself for my Arabness. Like, that doesn't even occur to them. To their great credit, by the way. I don't think self-hatred's ever good. I don't think hating anybody on the basis of race is ever good.
But maybe building a ethno-nationalist state, maybe that'd be good. God, this man sucks. I hate... This is why I don't talk about Tucker Carlson that much. This guy is unfortunately popular. And unfortunately is gaining in relevance, especially as we go towards 2028. We're going to have to keep an eye on this guy because he is making a run for the presidency at some point before now and when he dies. All right? Like, this guy is going to try and be the president. He's gonna go for it at some point. I don't know when, maybe 2028, but he is a scary contender with his influence and recognition, name recognition in particular in an election. God. He's always had political ambition.
It's only this one group that does it.
I'd like to believe,
Tucker
and I hope that I'm right.
versus Stewart should have been a swan song to marrying into a TV dinner fortune and trying to fail upwards in journalism.
God, it would have been great if Tucker Carlson could have just been like a normal fail son, just like go party and then fuck off into the middle of nowhere with your enormous fortune and like stop bothering us, But no, he had to build a media empire that is going to inherit the remnants of MAGA after Donald Trump is gone. And it's deeply troubling.
That it's a minority within the Western world that really believes this stuff.
I think.
But they have significant power and influence.
Boy, do they.
They are the editors of newspapers, they are the prime ministers, they are professors at universities and so forth. And those are the people who's promoting this type of idea. When I think most hardworking, ordinary people don't fall for this.
Well, certainly most authentic Christians reject it out of hand immediately.
Yeah. It's essentially anti-Christian in many ways.
Well, it is the definition of anti-Christian, I think. I mean, that's my...
Yeah, and as we know, Christianity and whiteness go hand in hand, apparently, to these people. Again, the Christian nationalist element is going to get more dangerous before it gets less, sadly. We're in a time of crises. And I gotta say, maybe we need to step in and talk about what Tucker Carlson is going over more often. But I think we're gonna be done here. Like, it's just, again, you kind of see it though, right? Like, why we don't focus on this. There's so much aggrievement, so much imagining problems that don't exist. Like, there are people who aren't getting healthcare right now. There are people who can't put food on the table tonight. There are people who are going without homes today. There are people every day who are in desperate need for programs that help them. And these guys are just seeking to build power off the backs of desperate folks who are looking for someone to blame. And these guys are all too happy to say all your problems come from non-white people. Because you see, non-white people and white people can't mix. It's too volatile. We should see to our needs first, and they should see to their needs first. And it just is a politics of division and a politics of control and a politics of fear. And I don't know. I think that's bad. I think that's bad. On a personal level, I think it's bad. On a national level, this type of thinking poisons your soul. It poisons the very essence of what makes you you. And I think we need to make sure we are fighting it and witnessing it and not just silently allowing it to go unchallenged. So we will be covering more Tucker Carlson, even though I find the white nationalist ideology to be painfully full of just, woe is me, the whites have been targeted and that's the reason for all of my distress. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. But we need to look at dead on and tell these people to fuck off and shame them. So, I guess if everyone else in the media space is going to tell Tucker Carlson he's such a cool and good guy because he opposes war in Iran and war and genocide against the Palestinians, I guess I'll step up to show that he's full of shit and absolutely just using this as a way to sucker vulnerable people into the conservative movement. That's all that that's all that he's doing here. And it's insufferable that people on the left have fallen for it.
It's weird how the right has captured both the politics of division and, through their birth rate nonsense, the politics of multiplication. It's exponentially bad.
It really, really is. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Anyway, folks, if you're getting anything out of today's show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button, and also consider leaving a comment. Comments longer than 8 words help in the algorithm. And also, I would encourage you folks to get involved in your local Dems, get involved in your local DSA. We need to organize as much as humanly possible to oppose the rise of far-right elements. We are in a very dangerous time, and we need all hands on deck, everyone showing up to make your local Dems more progressive, make your local DSA more effective. We need people to show up and do the hard work of actually, moving the party and the political apparatuses available to us as much as humanly possible, okay? And it needs to be that we organize on this local level, both for our own personal and communal defense, but also so that we can try and protect people in our states, people across this nation, and people across this world, because we need to organize to get this shit done. Regardless of whatever happens, I saw somebody comment on one of my YouTube videos earlier today saying something along the lines of like, oh, she thinks she still lives in a democracy. And it's just like, ultimately, it doesn't matter whether we live in a democracy or not. Because the solution to all of our problems, regardless of what kind of tyranny we face, regardless of what kind of oppression we face, is always going to be the same, which is we, the working people, organizing amongst ourselves and rising up to fight the powerful that would oppress us. It is going to be the same whether we are against an absolute monarch, whether we are against oligarchs, whether we are against anarcho-capitalist warlords. It doesn't matter. The mission stays the same and the solution remains the same. It is organizing. It is organizing. It is organizing. It is organizing. And so, like, to a degree, I talk about America and the Republic and democracy, as concepts, because I think that they are good ways to organize working people, because we all share this mythos of America. We all share this idea that we are equals under a certain document that has a certain heritage attached to it, or provenance attached to it. And I think we should use that in order to mobilize and work together. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is that regardless of how bad it gets, regardless of what kind of oppression we are up against, fascist, authoritarian, nationalist, socialist, whatever kind of oppression or would-be authoritarian comes our way, the solution is always going to be organizing. We aren't a democracy, our choices don't matter. That's where you're wrong. Even if we aren't a democracy, our choices still fucking matter. Our choice to organize or be oppressed, it matters. All right? I don't want any of this shit that is helping the enemy. Stop handing fascists more ammunition. Stop it. And so, again, I just have to say, our job is to use anything and everything at our disposal in order to stop the spread of fascism. It is important. The Electoral College votes instead of us. Trump has lost the popular vote. Then we organize harder. We organize better. And I do want to emphasize, organization does not just have to be for electoral purposes. It is also for the sake of community defense, which has happened in places like Minnesota. It has happened in places, like Portland. It has happened in all kinds of places across this country. But if you organize for electoral purposes, then you can organize for other purposes, which should be obvious. And yet I feel like I do need to say it quite a bit, because people can't necessarily put those two dots together for whatever reason. But my philosophy has been and will continue to be that if you cannot convince people to show up to cast a vote, you are not going to be able to convince people to show up and do anything else. You are not going to be able to rely on people to show up to do anything else. Casting a vote is literally entry-level political action. Everyone should be able to do it. And those who find themselves incapable of doing that or organizing along those lines certainly cannot be trusted to organize along any other line. It's frustrating, it's slow, but it's necessary work. And I appreciate those of you who have stepped up to actually do it. I've seen you guys leaving your stories in the comments, and just know it means the world to me whenever one of you guys is talking about a new political action you've done, a new way you are reaching out, a new way you're building community. I live for that shit. Okay? Because you are doing the thing that is the antidote to all the doomering, which is going out, finding community, and doing good work. So, all that being said, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get organized with some kind of local group, and get to work, because we have a lot of work to do together to move these mountains to the left. All that being said, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Super comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. It is very comfortable and very sexy. We got new styles coming in the near future, as well as new colors and sizes, so do check it out. And with that, links down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Your chapter is having its first in-person meeting this Saturday? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. God. I'm so tired of the fight, but I will rest and continue when I can. That's all you can do. Gotta have faith in other people to be able to step up and do their parts. All right, folks. We did it. We made it through the Tucker Carlson segment. Let's take a quick look at just again a cool thing that I'm excited for. Just a little thing I think pretty neat and interesting. Let's take a look. This is a teaser trailer for an upcoming film titled Kindred Spirits, and I think it looks cool as hell. During the Irish famine of 1847, the Choctaw Nation, who themselves had only just survived the Trail of Tears, pulled together a significant donation of funds and sent it to relieve the plight of the Irish people. This film is inspired by that gift.
This is me brother, and this is some bad fella that likes to fight. Hit him with the left, and hit him with the right. Hit him in the belly where he's all soft and squidgy. Knock him dead, Danny boy. My brother's gonna win a big prize. And then we can find a new home. 'Cause we're all that's left. Evening as the sun went down and jungle fires were burning. Down the tracks came a hobo hiking, and he said, boys, I'm not turning. I'm heading for a land that's far away, beyond the crystal fountain. So come with me, and you will see big rock candy mountains.
Doesn't that just look absolutely lovely? Like, visual design top notch? So fucking cool. Did anyone catch the name? Kindred Spirits. I'll link it in chat for you guys. Looks heartbreaking. It does look heartbreaking, but it also looks absolutely beautiful. From the same studio as The Secret of Kells. Yep, true. I think. Yeah, Secret of Kells and Song of the Sea and The Breadwinner. I haven't seen The Breadwinner, though. I should check that out. Secret of Kells was cool as hell. My family came over during the famine, so it tends to pull at my heartstrings. It's fair. Animation with a lot of care into it. Yeah, like, also, everyone at that studio would take a bullet before ever considering using AI. I like it. Also, it's Salmon Moose's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Salmon Moose. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday. Okay. This one should be a bit of a shorter segment. So, folks, we gotta talk a little bit about Candace Owens, because I think Candace Owens is, well, I don't think. I know Candace Owens is going off the deep end. Like, her channel is just moving from conspiracy slop to conspiracy slop to conspiracy slop. Like, it's getting really bad in a way that is, disturbing. And, you know, we had, like, an entire year where she was, like, posting stuff about how the First Lady of France is, like, a secret trans woman. Like, it's very, very weird stuff going on. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. But, like, I just have to ask, what the hell is going on? All right? Like, as of 1 month ago, revelations, Macron's boyfriend, Erica's girlfriend. Like, her two different, like, obsessions, she's just mashing them together to see how they fit. It's really, really weird. You know? And, like, are you trans? Why, yes, I am. Hello. I loved seeing her speak to Bassem. I mean, this is the thing. She has the same thing that Tucker Carlson has going on, which is that, like, Tucker Carlson uses conspiracy slop to, like, Trojan horse his white nationalist ideas into mainstream conversation. Candace Owens is using conspiracy slop to push transphobia and also, frankly, I don't even know what to call it. Like, her anti-Semitism, I guess. Because her beef with Turning Point USA has, like, largely become, like, a proxy for, like, her anti-Semitism. And, like, again, it's part of why I'm upset that, like, so many people have been giving her and Tucker, like, accolades for doing the bare minimum and being against genocide. But understand that the reason that they are both against genocide is because they are genuinely deeply anti-Semitic. All right? And, like, Anyway, let's see what she's been up to lately here. Okay. Oh, what's this? Bride of Charlie. Huh. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour investigation into Erica Kirk. Like, this is a bizarre obsession. And I, for one, am not going to expose you to this because, I mean, I gotta be honest, it's just insane. But, like, these videos are each getting multiple millions a pop. It's crazy. And let's check out the trailer.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building. After being shot at Utah Valley University. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
That young man, I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited.
Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta.
God.
Epicenter.
God, oh my God. There's so many elements of... oh, no. Of course, Jimmy Dore. I haven't thought about Jimmy Dore in, like, years. And, like, seeing him pop up in this video, oh God. We got the libertarian guy, we got whatever the fuck Jimmy Dore is these days.
Of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm gonna touch your butt.
$8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
We have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
So, yeah, I mean, effectively, Candace replaced Alex Jones. I don't know that, well, first of all, Alex Jones is still around. Candace, I don't think, has replaced Alex Jones. I think Candace has essentially invented a new form of daytime TV. Like, I guess this is what, like, a MAGA mom would watch instead of The View. Like, I feel like, you know, Alex Jones is like some dark mirror of like actual news, whereas Candace Owens is effectively just creating a new niche for, you know, the daytime MAGA mom viewer. Like, and honestly, this is the kind of shit that they love. It's like weird drama, true crime, mystery. Like, it's a convergence of all the things Candace Owens like really loves. She was doing like a true crime show for a while on her channel. I remember that, like maybe 2 years ago. And like, she was really into true crime. She was testing out a show. She was testing out like, oh, maybe people are interested in like you know, these investigative series, like, oh, maybe I'll use these tabloid rumors and blow them up and blow them up and blow them up, make them bigger and bigger and bigger, make them bigger than life. And she really leaned into QAnon. Yeah, exactly. QAnon core, Wasteland Games. And like, ultimately, I think a lot of what's happening here is just she's found like a story where she can just like say anything about it at this point, and her audience will eat it up. She was talking about how Charlie Kirk was a messianic time traveler who allowed himself to be killed sacrificially. Like, she's gone. And people are eating up this absolutely unhinged psychosis. If I recall correctly, she was also on the Flurf side. Is that Flat Earth? And sent someone down to Antarctica as part of the final experiment trip. That's really fucking funny, if true. God. Flurf is Flat Earth. That's a really funny shorthand. I like it. It's like having a... You know, there is a non-zero chance that, like, Candace Owens is being driven crazy by a chatbot. That does seem weirdly in the cards for her. I remember she was also going through, like, the moon landing was a conspiracy. She's really been speedrunning the conspiracy slop. All right. But that's what's happening here with Candace Owens. And I don't really want to dive into this series. I don't really want to talk about much to do with her right now because, frankly, she lives in a completely different reality. But I do think checking in and seeing what exactly she's doing, what she's testing out, I think that's worthwhile. So we'll jump in from every now and then and check on what Candace is up to, because I think this has the potential to be really, really dangerous. And I have no doubt that she's essentially building it up to try and have a platform during the 2028 election that can reach as many people as possible. Oh yeah, she was doing like a rehabilitation like interview with Weinstein. It was insane. I was gonna cover that like months ago. Yeah, back last year, Harvey Speaks. Harvey Weinstein on camera interview.
I'll kill you, or something like that.
It's a complete fabrication, about my relationship with Gwyneth. I'm gonna talk about it. And
It's insane. It is absolutely insane. Yeah, Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein's still alive? Yeah. Yeah, he's still alive. God. He's still alive? Yeah, no, he's serving a 16-year prison sentence. Why is he talking on a phone? Because he's in prison. Oh god. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, guys, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Only 16. His previous conviction got overturned. Like 2 years ago. Anyway, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think about Candace Owens here, because crazy as hell. And also, let's get organized. Organize in your local Dems. Organize in your local DSA. Make your Dems more progressive. Make your DSA more effective. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. It's really, really good. And I would highly recommend it. I wear it all the time. So, folks, check the link down below, and let's keep on going. All right. Now we have finished another thing, and I just wanted to share a cool thing that I am personally really excited about. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready for some cool shit? So there is an animator on YouTube named Quentin RGX who made this teaser as kind of a vision board for something he hopes to make someday. And I just thought it was really cool and I wanted to share it with you because it's dope. Let's check it out. Cosmo Princess. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. It's so cool. Right? Like, guys, can you imagine if instead of hundreds of billions of dollars being sunk into AI, instead, what if you just like put $100 billion aside and made it a fund for like these, you know, little creators who want to try and make something larger scale, you know? Like, give this guy, like, I don't know, give this guy a budget, see what he can do. Like, this is cool as hell. You mean like Ireland? Yes, like Ireland. Like that story we talked about, like literally a couple, it feels like a couple days ago, maybe a week or two ago. I'm loving these recommendation segments. I love art. Isn't it fun? Isn't it cool to like look at stuff and discover things? Boo, ba-do-ba-boo. Looks AI, not AI. Not AI. God, that's cool. God, animation is so fucking cool. It's like the closest thing we have to magic. It's genuinely crazy to me. God, it's so cool. Fuck. Carpal tunnel and magic, baby. So cool. You know, the world is really bad right now, but also never forget that it has good people in it doing beautiful things every day in billions and trillions of different ways that you may never see. But people are pretty cool. I'll check it out, Eddie. Let's see.
You didn't mean.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. Sorry about what's about to happen. I apologize. Also, we haven't done it, but click the goddamn button, folks. It's been too long. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Hey, Laugh the Lioness. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. There we go. All right. Well, folks, let's do this. So, folks, I have not checked in on Steven Crowder in a hot minute. He's not doing too much these days that's very influential. He kind of really screwed the pooch back when he rejected like tens of millions of dollars from the Daily Wire in order to try and do hardball negotiation, and now he is clinging on for dear life over on Rumble. But let's check back in. He did a video recently titled "Here's Why Leftists Are Less Developed." Let's check this out. Why are we less developed? I'm curious. What makes us less developed? I wonder.
Can get worse. Do you think some people gravitate towards liberalism because of their personality, in addition to education and home life?
Yeah.
Yeah, I say this all the time. A lot of liberal voters, not necessarily the lawmakers and politicians, but a lot of they vote purely with their heart.
Yeah, and
that's it. And if something feels icky, or if something feels like somebody out there somewhere might have a bad time, then that's a bad thing. We see that with every ICE.
Yeah, you know, some people vote because they think like maybe their vote would cause someone or a huge number of people elsewhere to suffer. And like, we as conservatives, we don't give a shit if other people suffer and could care less. we're pro-torture, pro-death. We're just going to tell you we're a death cult right up front. Feeling things is stupid and gay, and you're stupid and gay if you feel things. Anyway, my dad didn't love me, and I'm still upset about it. I'm going to make it everybody else's problem. Didn't see him cry.
Social services, free health care. They don't think about the negative consequences because they're so focused.
By the way, I love that he's like, leftists don't think about negative consequences after describing leftists thinking about negative consequences for people, right? Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, these leftists, they will vote against something if they think someone somewhere will get hurt about it. But they don't think about consequences for the things like socialized medicine or, the policies that might keep people housed and fed and getting medical care. They don't think about all the negative ramifications for that. Like, hey, if everyone gets medical care, how are all these healthcare CEOs going to become billionaires, huh? Are you going to tell me that you're going to get everyone in the country healthcare, and then you're going to have to look into that poor, sad, slightly less wealthy billionaire? You're going to have to look him directly in the eyes and say, you know what? Losing 20% of your wealth was worth it so that we can have every man, woman, and child in this country have healthcare. You're going to look at the puppy dog eyes of that billionaire, and leftists just don't think about that puppy-eyed billionaire. They just don't do it. It's genuinely like fucking evil, and it's crazy that these people feel like they can say this shit and then like just go out in public. You know? That poor millionaire will be in tears. Yeah. How will they ever get by? If we tax billionaires out of existence, how are they ever going to scrape by with $999 million?
Don't think about the negative consequences, says man who votes for the leopards eating people's faces party.
Right? Like, leftists are always thinking about consequences when it involves people's suffering or whatever, but they never think about the suffering of the billionaires when they have to downgrade themselves to just 100 millionaire. It's embarrassing. Think of them. What will they say at the cocktail party that they go to next?
Just on helping out the little guy.
Yeah.
At the
Well,
moment.
that's a very
Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I was going to agree with you. I didn't mean to interrupt. Like,
no, you're good.
It's a very feminist kind of position. It's something that if we didn't have that, you really would have to put logic in place. And think about parenting. Like, of course you're empathetic. Like, of course you care about your kids, but you understand that if you don't punish for bad behavior or discipline or guide them and direct them in ways that they may not like or want, that don't maybe feel good, they'll end up way, way worse off very, very shortly after that. Nobody will want to play with them. And then later on, like, they're just, this kid that's kind of an outcast and breaks all the rules and does whatever he wants and gets in trouble maybe with the law. Like, you see it.
Yeah, that's right. If you beat your kid enough, you can make sure they never run afoul of the law.
It's snowball, but you can't make that comparison for politics and people's decisions. It's just this weird lot.
Also, can we just pause for a moment? Because I have a pet peeve with this, which is his formulation here that feminism is when you don't parent your child, which, like, that's not what feminism is about. And it's also not what, like, gentle parenting is about. Like, gentle parenting is just rephrasing and reframing how you interact with your child so that, like, they are able to understand what is happening, because it turns out, I know you guys won't believe this, children don't understand social dynamics and need it clearly spelled out to them. Like, they need to learn things like tone, phrasing, the rules of how to, like, move your body and comport yourself in a social situation. Those are things that they need to learn. They don't just internalize that. So gentle parenting is, instead of focusing on just punishment until a kid just does what they're told, you reframe it and explain to them and like show them how to properly communicate their feelings and their needs. It's all about giving them the tools to express themselves and then giving clear explanations as to why things are happening. Which means, like, for example, this might sound crazy, but like, if a kid is, you know, naughty on a playground, part of gentle parenting, the thing that he's criticizing here, is that, like, well, your kid was naughty at the playground, so you have to punish them, right? Well, instead, you just you have to take away their video games or something like that. But instead, you can just be like, well, the logical consequence of this is that we have to go home, and that, like, Timmy, we have to leave now because you're not being safe around other kids. You need to calm down so that you can be safe with your body, and also because other kids need to calm down before they're ready to play more. You know, like, the reason gentle parenting works and is advocated for is because instead of doing arbitrary punishments, instead you have logical consequences and you explain those consequences, right? Like, you explain why it makes sense. And it turns out, when you respect kids and you respect their intelligence and you respect, like, how they exist and process information, that they're learning new things, then suddenly they respect you, because respect is earned. It's not beaten into children. My most frustrating childhood experience was never getting an answer to why. My parents never fucking explained anything to me. It was always just because. Yeah. Like, understand, some kids will, like, ask why just because, like, they just don't, they're deciding to be a little shit. But, like, most kids are genuinely asking why they have to stop doing X, Y, or Z. Like, they don't understand what the problem was, because the part of their brain that would understand that or anticipate that isn't formed yet. Like, gentle parenting is hard but very rewarding. Yeah, because gentle parenting prioritizes positive outcomes. It prioritizes arming your kid with, like, knowledge and skills in order to, like, regulate their feelings and, like, not be an asshole to other people. And it is much faster to just, like, hit your kid. It will get you the desired outcome of them being quiet around you, but it will also lose you, like, any kind regard or good feeling that your kid might otherwise have for you. It destroys your relationship. Like, but yeah, okay, you gotta punish your kid. Feminism is making all these kids weak. Okay.
Logicless way of governing.
Immediate gratification. That's another one too.
Yeah, it is.
So it's compassion, their heart, and immediate gratification. Well, how is this going to be a good thing? How's it going to make me feel good now about myself or about our country or about my city or whatever it is?
And I will say, yes, I think that's true. And, I went through the personality test with Dr. Jordan Peterson a long time ago where I was kind of an anomaly in that I was...
What happened? Steven Crowder's head has become increasingly weird shaped, and I don't really know how to explain it.
Like high in conscientiousness, but also high in openness and creativity. So a lot of creative types, they tend to be more liberal. And then a lot of people who, conscientious really just means discipline, really just means, setting a plan and sticking with it, being process-based. I will say this, I think that the left votes with their feelings more. And I also would say that because of that, leftists right now, they're less developed people. What do I mean by that?
Yeah, I would like to know. We have clicked on this video to learn why leftists are less developed. Lay it on us. We'd like to develop ourselves, I think.
We can exclude the whatever percent of civilization who are sociopaths. Okay, very small percentage, overwhelmingly, trans. So if we
okay. All right, sorry. Overwhelmingly trans sociopaths are taking over America. Okay, all right.
we dismiss that for a little bit. Okay, we go. All right, so let's look at the human population. Any of you have kids? People
genuinely the first time I've ever heard that claim in conservative media. But his big thing is transphobia, so it's not unexpected.
Feel things. Everyone has feelings, right? Everyone is born having feelings, and I will say that everyone is born to varying degrees, typically with some form of sympathy for other people. Like that's the reason that kids' movies still tug on heartstrings, because
so is he about to just have said that trans people are sociopaths, but if you're rational and like a conservative, you have mastered your sympathies and made yourself artificially into a sociopath? I hope that's what he's about to argue, because that'd be very funny.
Understand the idea of the underdog. They understand the idea of someone who maybe had some tough breaks, who needs help. We all start with that. To continue to make decisions for life based on that, it means that you've never developed the next step, because those who are conservative, those...
Wait, so in this formulation, are trans people the apex life form? Like, if in his world there's a hierarchy, there are people who feel things, and then there are the people above them who are capable of rational thought, who feel nothing, who don't feel anything. And then I guess there are the sociopaths who are constitutionally incapable of feeling anything. So, like, I guess in the hierarchy, he's sandwiched. You have liberals, then you have conservatives, then you have trans people. The apex life form of politics. Cool stuff.
Who really sort of subscribe to our worldview, we go, yeah, okay, I have these feelings, but I also have to run it through a filter, because the decisions can't be dictated by feelings. And that's not because we don't care about people. It's not because our heart doesn't go out to people. If that was the case, you wouldn't.
It's not because we don't care about people. We just, we just have made purely rational decisions that will hurt many, many people and enrich ourselves. And, that's not because we hate people. We're just willing to throw them under the bus if it profits us. But we're not throwing them under the bus hatefully.
See, the overwhelming majority of charitable contributions in the United States come from the religious right, regardless of income level. They're more generous. They're more charitable. They're more likely not only to give their money, to give their time and to volunteer. And they vote for conservative policies where people should be held accountable for their own actions. Why? Because we say to ourselves, sure, and my heart goes out here, but I can't rush to a judgment, because if I only have sympathy for one group, there's always the distinct possibility that it could have a negative effect, a larger negative effect, an unintended consequence on another group. So what is right here? What are the laws? What is the filter? What is the code? Who has a sense of duty? Is someone abdicating their duty? We all have feelings. We start with that. And there really is no arguing with not making decisions based on feelings is another layer of adulthood. When you're a child, you always make decisions based on feelings because you don't know how to do it any other way. You're not smart enough. You don't have the repertoire of knowledge to glean from, to go, okay, how do I assess this scenario and make the right decision? You go, I feel it. That's why kids throw tantrums. Leftists never get...
Wait, no, that's not why kids throw tantrums. Kids throw tantrums because they lack the ability to regulate their own feelings and emotions. Like, a lack of tantrum doesn't mean a lack of emotion or a lack of feeling. A lack of tantrum is just a properly regulated, mental, emotional system. Like, if you have the ability to regulate your feelings, You just don't have tantrums.
To that next phase, which, by the way, super important for dads. It's also why you see incredibly violent young black men without fathers. That is something that is largely taught by fathers, not moms. They can play a supporting role, but historically, leftists are less developed human beings because they are still reacting in a way that is far more similar to a 4, 5, 6-year-old. Someone who looks at the long-term ramifications of tax revenues, for example, or of criminal statistics as it relates to illegal immigration, or, for example, looks at, well, yeah, okay, it might be more inconvenient to vote if you have to get an ID, but the future of our republic is at stake, and so we can't victimize everyone else because they have their vote stolen. That is an additional tool that those on the left don't have. And here's why it's really important, too. Because if you make your decisions, I'll give you a concrete example. If you make decisions based on emotions, you don't necessarily always do this, but you are far more likely to make a snap decision with a very small part of the picture, with half the picture. Meaning, if you have half the picture and you adhere to some kind of code of conduct or ethics where you go, I can't just make a decision based on emotions right away, that's kind of your stopgap. You're going, I only have half the picture. I probably shouldn't make this decision without having some more information. But if
if you don't have information, you arrive at a projected course of action sooner. That is how that works.
You're going by feelings, you go, that's enough. I get it. I'll give you a very clear example. Black Lives Matter. All right, George Floyd, we start off with half the picture. Or Mike Brown, hands up, don't shoot. You hear it, half the picture. This is two fundamentally different approaches. Riots were already taking place in the street before we had the official report in most of these cases. And we said, well, hold on a second. If this was just a kid walking down there with his hands up and he was shot by a cop, that's a problem and he should be held to account. But it doesn't seem like that's what's happening right now. The left goes, hands up, don't shoot. They're already rioting. By the time we find out, oh, the kid had just committed robbery, had just stolen from a bodega and was punching a cop in the head and reaching for his gun. And that cop was actually on.
Uh-huh. This all definitely happened the way you're describing, huh?
On that beat, Darren Wilson, because he wanted to serve underprivileged community. It was his choice to be there. And the community actually trusted him and really respected him. So I'm really glad I didn't go riot in the streets. Same thing, George Floyd, right?
Like, worth noting that, again, just throwing out there, maybe, just maybe, saying, yes, the government is fully within its rights to execute an 18-year-old who is unarmed. Maybe that's bad. Maybe that would have bad ramifications. You know, if you're using your logic brain, if you're using your advanced, and I am sorry, I do have access to a highly advanced sociopathic transgender brain. So clearly an apex mind compared to Steven Crowder's. But I can't help but notice that if you actually broke down this story into the forces and the powers that are at work here, that perhaps saying without any kind of shred of doubt or worry about any of this, that an agent of the state should just be able to execute someone who is suspected of committing a crime, maybe that would have bad ramifications, you know? Like, it just seems to me like maybe there were other solutions than murdering an 18-year-old over a candy bar. You do have a biological advantage to playing chess. It's true. It's due to my magical sociopathic brain.
Riots, the billions of dollars in damages. But let me give you a more individual scenario that'll break your heart. It'll break your heart even worse when you understand that the reason for it is because people made decisions based on feels. David Dorn, during these riots, he was an off-duty black officer who went to go help a friend with a shop that was being looted. He was shot dead by another black man over a television set.
Uh-huh.
Now, if you show up or you read an article and you just go, wait a second, Black Lives Matter and cop shot, you go, well, I mean, you know, there probably was something going. Hold on a second. You have half the picture. You're going to make a judgment if you look at this whole picture. This is a black man involved with this community who was off duty, who decided to donate not only his resources, but his time to try and help a fellow black man, was shot by a black man over a television.
I do want to say, it seems really weird if you're going to make these generalizations that, like, the left is less developed or whatever. One would see the flaw in presenting, like, 2 examples of this and saying they're indicative of the wider situation, because you need to actually show that. You need to demonstrate this. This is just, hey, did you hear about these 2 things happening?
All this talk about voting with feels reminds me of my parents' argument against the illegality of the war with but are bad people dead now?
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the case. Exactly. Finn Rainbow, thank you for the $5 super chat. Because, like, this would be, just to kind of highlight how this is a bullshit argument. It would be like me saying, oh, you know conservatives, they're all just like Anders Breivik. You know, that gunman that shot all those children and did a terrorist bombing. Like, that's obviously not fair. It's obviously not a fair characterization. It's not fair or correct for me to say that. But, like, for whatever reason, in his mind, it is fair for Steven Crowder to say that that's how it is with the left. And, you know, I would imagine someone with such a smart, big brain like Steven Crowder would be able to understand that, but, you know, maybe he's really just demonstrating that at heart he's a little bit of a lib, you know, a little bit of a liberal that would put him in a lower category, you know?
Television set. Hey, thank Christ, I waited for the full picture and didn't make a decision based on emotion. A lot of people think,
yeah,
that evil too, and this is why I often say conspiracy theories, and people go, how many people are colluding? It happens. Usually all that's needed is not even when people say all that's needed for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. Starts quite a bit before that. Let me tell you how evil starts. Selfishness. That's it. Someone may not be trying to be bad. Someone may not be trying to harm someone else. We are all born very, very selfish, inherently. You need good parents, and you need a system of laws and regulations and code of conduct that brings you beyond that. But that's all that needed is some selfishness. That's it. A lot of times we go, where does evil start? Day you're born. Day you're born, and you don't learn how to behave beyond emotion. Because your emotions, if left to your own devices, are going to be very selfish. They're going to be very selfish. Just take, you know, before we had modern technology, you got to eat, you got to sleep, you got to hydrate, you have to procreate. That's pretty much all that human beings did. That's why wars were fought. Either way, I can't eat, and I think it'd be easier to eat over here, and so I'm going to kill these people. Or, you know, it looks like this place might be warmer, so I want to sleep there. Or I need to procreate, but all our women are ugly as sin, so I want those women, right? That's all it was before modern technology. Now, take that, expand it, okay, eat, sleep, procreate. Leisure, feel comfortable, have resources, be able to buy a car, be able to buy a house. You feel these things inherently, you want these things, and you're going to make decisions based on your selfish motivations. Hey, you didn't mean to be evil. You didn't mean to destroy New York City. You just wanted rent to be a little bit easier. You just wanted rent control. You just wanted the wealthy to pay their fair share because that's better for you. You felt that way. You didn't want people to be getting raped in record numbers or stores being knocked over. You just felt like you didn't want to see another black guy be incarcerated because something prison industrial complex. And if
oh, but wait, Steven, can you not even attempt to replicate like an actual position that someone on the left would hold? Like, oh, because of something industrial prison complex. Like, do you not understand any of the arguments? Do you not understand the critiques? Because you are demonstrating that. Now, it's really interesting. I'm going to play this before we enter the final minute of this video. You might have noticed that I threw a video up on screen. This is a video of a Ring doorbell, or from a Ring doorbell, that was posted online, courtesy of Yashar Ali, and it was given to him by someone representing Steven Crowder's ex-wife, to demonstrate how he was emotionally abusing her at their home. But you see, maybe she was just wrong because she, maybe she had a liberal brain. Let's see. Let's see how Steven Crowder's logical conservative brain handled this situation.
Respect, you said, then we're at an impasse.
Stephen, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Stephen, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need you to stop.
Respect, you said, then we're at an impasse.
Stephen.
Yeah, that's him threatening his wife who's pregnant with their two twins. So, maybe our liberal brains just can't understand the level it takes to operate on the level of someone who had threatened to physically abuse his pregnant wife. Maybe we just can't comprehend the worldview of someone like that.
If you make decision after decision after decision based on emotion, which is dictated by your selfish, sinful nature, you end up with the hellscapes that we have seen in our lifetime and can get worse. So we can say, yeah, and people will often just touch on this and go, well, left people tend to be more empaths. They'll use that term. It's a bullshit made-up term. They make decisions based on emotion, and conservatives, even the left will.
Empath. It's a bullshit made-up term that I'm using right now to describe exactly what that word is meant to describe.
Acknowledge this, make decisions based on what they believe is the most practical or logical. Okay, you can look at that and go, two different approaches, as though they are equivalent. Or you can look at that and ask yourself, was I born...
This was over her not cleaning the litter box while pregnant and needing the car, if I remember right. This was over her not wanting to put a potentially toxic medicine on their dog's buttholes, and over him smoking a cigar around her while she's pregnant with their babies. And also, he kept her trapped at their home by denying her use of the car. So... it was about some pretty heinous shit. He deliberately had one car in order to keep her confined to the home.
Inherently selfish with strong feelings? The answer for all of you is yes. Was I born inherently with good judgment, informed by an authority outside of my own? The answer for everybody is no. So one vote comes from a more developed, complete, balanced human being. Don't act like there's an equivalency.
Yeah, that's right. And you can tell when someone is perfectly balanced and trustworthy when they have no feelings and manipulate those around them. That's the sign of a healthy human being that you should trust. Oh, God. Anyway, folks, Steven Crowder is not doing so hot. He's just surrounded himself with yes men. Just out of curiosity, are they just stagnating on Rumble? Rumble Steven Crowder. Let's see. Oh shit. Oh, he's attacking. He's attacking Tucker Carlson. What a surprise! You know, he does pretty good numbers for Rumble. You know, 600,000 views per show over there. That's pretty decent. Rumble does not get very much very much traction. There's nothing else to watch over there. It's true. I also think he has like a sweetheart deal from Rumble. I don't really know. I don't really remember the terms for it, but wow. So Steven Crowder hasn't changed at all and is just trying to be like the outsider candidate for any kind of conservative coalescence, you know? I don't exactly know how Steven Crowder's trying to position himself for a post-Trump world, but it kind of just seems like he's putting himself out there as the I'm large, but also not Tucker Carlson and not Candace Owens and not the Daily Wire. Support me. Like that's what the hell is Rumble? Rumble is basically conservative YouTube. Okay? Like I click on Rumble over here, we immediately see Bill Maher, and we see Metatron, and we see Robbie on the record, and you know, it's some wild stuff over here, you know? Wowee. State senator holds up 2.5-year-old Aldi bread. It's just worse YouTube. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Please consider leaving a comment. Comments longer than 8 words help the channel grow. And also organize locally. We need people to organize in their local Democratic Party, make your party more progressive, get those conservative Democrats out of there. And we need folks to organize in their DSA and organize along with labor in your community. And we can create a coalition across this nation that is able to change the politics locally, change the politics on the state level, and then change politics nationally. We got to do the work of showing up. So if you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. New sizes, styles, and colors coming in the near future. But if you want to check it out, link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. It is wonderful non-tucking lingerie. Now let's keep on going. We got this. We're doing the thing. Ah, God. You hit the goddamn button? Hell yeah. Min and Manny. Let's do it. I want to buy Imogene Olivia's set, but there's no shipping for Argentina. There isn't? I'll have to ask my partner about that. Hassan caught Candace's stream, mostly bots. Oh, is she botting? That would explain a lot. Over 300, that's a lot. You know, it's pretty good. We're at 4 o'clock in the morning. We are at like, you know, maybe 3/4 capacity for what our usual streaming numbers are. Like, if I had started earlier, this would be a hugely viewed stream of mine. So, you know, we got to do that. We got to do earlier streams. I know it. I'm sorry. Now I would like to show you my next wonderful thing that I'm excited about. You guys ready? This is for an upcoming animated film called Mushka.
You'll have to stay with your father until I get better.
Don't ever cross the fence. He's very dangerous out there.
Hello. I'm sorry, Mushka, but you have to leave now. Go away, Mushka! Get out of here now! No!
Come on, let's get our tiger.
It's cool. Just a fun little trailer for a project animated by Andreas Deja, who is literally one of the most legendary like Disney character artists and animators. Dude, I believe he drew Scar. I think like he came up with the character design for Scar from The Lion King. It's super cool. Gorgeous, but also this is gonna hurt, right? He did Scar and Jafar. Yeah. That polar bear artist also worked on Lion King. Oh, that polar bear thing was so fucking cool. We watched it the other day. It was great. All right. Folks, I need to use the bathroom. We have we have 2 more segments left, okay? 2 more segments, 2 more rewards. We're making good time. I need to use the bathroom so badly. Hit that follow button, hit that like button. Please consider supporting the stream financially, because you guys make this show possible, and I will be RB.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
All right, folks. Welcome back. Thanks, It's All Cake. Folks, appreciate all y'all for being here. Thanks for supporting the show. Thanks for watching the show. Thanks for, you know, doing the work of showing up here every day. Let's dive in. You know what? We gotta do it. We gotta do it, all right? Also, before we start, you guys are above 300. We are less than 200 away from our goal, folks. Well done. Number go up. Look at you guys. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Nocturnal, thank you for the gifted membership as well. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I really do appreciate it. Stonks go up, indeed. I appreciate you too. Thanks. Here we go, folks. Also, hello, Cliff. Let me see. Let me look at something really quick before we get deep into the segment. There we go. We've gone too late. Our usual viewership has gone to sleep. But we will not let that dissuade us. All right? Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk a little bit about Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro he's on the decline. He's on the out and outs. They're really rolling everything they got into this Daily Wire movies project, and I have not really seen it panning out for them, really. They have yet to have a hit that justifies the enormous amount of money they are spending on their, conservative media ecosystem. And, well, let's just take a look at how he's cooking over at the Daily Wire, okay? With his own personal content.
Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman, and we will not stop.
Well, that's a pretty good synopsis of where we are. Hegseth says that very, very soon there will be complete control of the skies. Effectively, there already is. The United States has been flying not B-2s, which is a stealth aircraft, B-52s, which are just gigantic planes that don't move all that fast. They're kind of like passenger airliners. They move like 650 miles an hour. We're flying those over Iran right now. It's basically a blimp in the sky, and nobody can touch it. Here's Hegseth this morning.
Starting last night and to be completed in a few...
It's basically a blimp... a blimp in the sky? What? Like, man... The cool kids philosopher has really fallen off lately. Wait, did he dye his eyebrows? I was thinking he might have done that. They're very... They look weirdly well curated. Is that fair?
Basically a blimp in the sky, and nobody can touch it. Here's Hegseth.
I don't know if people need to hear this, but blimps can't go 600 miles per hour, number one. And number two, yeah, blimps would be in the sky. That is where they'd also be in the sky with airplanes. I can't get, like, a blimp in the sky. I mean, I guess in the same way like a hot air balloon is in the sky. Yeah.
This morning.
Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace. I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military. Finding and...
I do want to really emphasize, for those who have not heard this before, that you cannot achieve a regime change war using air alone, which is why they keep talking about putting troops on the ground in Iran. You know? Like, they're trying to get the people to rise up. That's not going to happen. You know, they tried to get the Kurds to invade from Iraq. That doesn't really seem like it's gaining that much steam. And so now they're like, well, we'll send some commandos in to spur the uprising. And, like, I don't think that's going to work either. Who wants to work with the Americans at this point? Oh yeah, Americans, I know you guys. You bombed several of our schools and killed hundreds of children. Yes, we'd love to work with you. Like, how do they think this is going to go?
Fixing their leaders and their military leaders. Flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC. Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power.
That is right. Hegseth also pointed out that actually the IRGC, Special Operations Commander, who was in charge of trying to kill President Trump in 2024. And yes, there was an assassination attempt on President, actually two separate assassination attempts on Trump that were in the planning stages when those Iranian agents were arrested. Well, here's Pete Hegseth saying that the guy who was behind all of that is now dead.
We've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. Officials. While that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. We eventually had the opportunity to do that.
What's crazy to me is that they're like, come on, don't you guys want to rise up and overthrow your government? Like, we know we destroyed your democracy, but, like, come on, trust us this time. We really believe in Iranian democracy. As long as it totally agrees with us.
From the air.
That person's name is Rahman Mokaddam, who's head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Special Operations Division. As far as status of the war, U.S. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper explains the status of the operation.
More than 50,000 troops, 200 fighters, 2 aircraft carriers, and bombers from the United States are participating in this operation, and more capability is on the way. In the opening hours of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. Central Command forces, together with Israel, delivered overwhelming and unprecedented strikes into Iran. Now, we're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions. We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us. Our B-2 bombers and B-1 bombers have executed uncontested surgical strikes against multiple missile facilities deep inside Iran. And then just last night, a B-52 bomber force struck ballistic missile and command and control posts. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine.
Wow, it sounds like mission accomplished is right around the corner. boy howdy, it would really be terrible if Iran was home to almost 100 million people, and regardless of how many ships you sink or how many missile silos you hit, they will retain the ability in almost seemingly indefinitely to launch drones and hit targets all across the Middle East, and maintain the ability to knock out water to Saudi Arabia's capital if they need to. They maintain the ability to close the Strait of Hormuz if they need to. Like, you can have all the air superiority you want, but if ships aren't going to go through the Strait of Hormuz because they're afraid of getting blown up by land-based forces, then they're not going to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, if Iran really does feel backed into a corner here, they have a lot of trump cards to play in terms of causing incalculable damage to the neighbors that surround it, the militaries that surround it, etc. Like, this isn't gonna go well. And regardless of how much of their capacity you've eroded at this point, it's not working. You know? It's not working yet. And something tells me that as time draws on, and we run out of interceptors, that, well, we might be running away with our tail between our legs.
That now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman. And we will not stop.
Well, that's a pretty good synopsis of where we are. But by the way, it's just the beginning. Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday, he dropped a phrase that has a storied history, which I'll explain in a moment. He said that we are about to unleash Chang on Iran. Like, there's a lot more to come. I'll explain what the hell he's talking about because it's actually really funny.
You're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions.
So this is legitimately hilarious. When he says unleash Chang, you know what that means. Okay, so if you go back to the 50s, when China had been taken over by Mao and Chiang Kai-shek had moved over to Taiwan, there was a conservative point of view that we should allow and fund the reinvasion of China from Taiwan. So that was unleash Chang. Okay, that became a sort of meme pushed by George H.W. Bush when he was president of the United States. Apparently, when he was playing tennis, he would yell unleash Chang before hitting the serve. And that was then picked up by Jeb, exclamation point Jeb, former governor of Florida, who would use that phrase all the time, unleash Chang. And when he was the governor of Florida and Marco Rubio.
God, I hate the etymology of this phrase. Please stop educating us. I will also point out, again, we're accomplishing all of our war goals. We're unleashing constant strikes. They've killed almost 200 children so far in the last, week of this fight. Like, as of about 7 minutes ago, Al Jazeera is reporting that an 8-month-old girl has been killed in the bombings. 52 schools have been hit. 193 children killed. 29 hospitals. 19 emergency care units. 16 ambulances have been hit. Ben's just giddy about all this. It's crazy.
Was the senator from Florida. He gave him a sword that he called Chang, and he described Chang as a mythical conservative warrior. So that's where unleash Chang comes from. Okay, it's a little funny. Just admit it, it's funny. You know that weird creep?
It's not really that funny. It's mostly just, it feels like a non sequitur, really.
.com/Ben Shapiro Show. And meanwhile, the Iranians are basically relegated to firing desultory ballistic missile attacks, most of which are being shot down, and drones. So they are firing successfully.
I'm sorry, did he say sultry?
Shapiro Show. And meanwhile, the Iranians are basically relegated to firing desultory
desultory. Okay, sorry. Very different word.
Missile attacks, most of which are being shot down, and drones. So they are firing successfully. Some drones are able to escape some missile defense systems because they move so slowly. And so here was some footage of the U.S. consulate in Dubai, which was hit by an Iranian drone. There was no one there at the time. How do you know that Iran is really losing? Because Qatar has turned. So Qatar, which has always played this sort of middle ground between the United States and Iran, well, now they're turning on the IRGC and actually arresting members of the IRGC in Qatar. Remember, this is the country that housed Hamas. 10 suspects, according to Al Jazeera, were arrested in these terror cells, according to Qatar news agencies. 7 had been assigned to spy on vital and military facilities in Qatar. 3 were tasked with carrying out sabotage operations. Hardest hit, Tucker Carlson, who, of course, has been standing for the Ayatollahs, and now his friends in Qatar.
Okay, it is very funny that his editors took the green M&M being sexy clip of Tucker. That is, I do have to hand it to Ben Shapiro's editors. This is funny. You did well. Good job.
For whom he has been running interference. They're our greatest ally, of course. Well, now they're actually acting like allies and arresting members of the IRGC. The desperate counter arguments.
I can't wait for Ben to be mopping up his tears with his yarmulke when the UN occupying force ends the state of Israel and destroys their plaque in public.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, that's definitely going to happen. Like, Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It's frustrating, though, because, like, oh, wait, why the green M&M? The green M&M, as we all know, us aficionados of M&M lore, the green M&M is the sexy M&M. You know, it's the one that you want to, like, choke you a little bit. You know, because she had slightly high-heeled boots on, and you know, conservative men like Tucker Carlson see that and they're like, I wonder what that would be like. I've always wanted to be intimate with an M&M, but never quite like this before. What if she ate me? Like that's how they get. That's how they get about the green M&M. It's very weird. And in case you guys think I'm joking, can I just find this here? Yeah, here we go.
Finally tonight, we don't usually give story tips to NPR, but here's a story they might want to cover pretty soon and doubtless will. M&M's, the candy company, has just announced that it's redesigning its cartoon characters to be more gender inclusive.
They're transing the M&Ms!
Bet you didn't think M&Ms were pushing intolerance, but they were. They've been changed. You're seeing the changes right now on your screen. The green M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots. Now she's wearing sensible sneakers. Why the change? Well, according to M&M's, quote, we all win when we see more women in leading roles. Because leading women do not wear sexy boots. Leading women wear frumpy shoes. The frumpier, the better. That's the rule.
If they wanted M&Ms to be sexy, wouldn't they have the slogan, melts in your hand, in your mouth?
Why aren't they letting this M&M unleash her inner stripper? She can slut it up too. Come on. This used to be a real country. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
The other big change is that the brown M&M has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block
Transitioned?
Heels. Also less sexy. That's progress. M&M's will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing and...
I can't believe this is real. I forgot how bad this was. I forgot how bad it was. Like, just like straight up thirsting after these M&Ms, so mad that like you can no longer imagine one of these M&Ms giving you a hand job. Like it's genuinely like grievance culture all the way top to bottom with conservatives.
Totally androgynous. Until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them. That's the goal. When you're totally turned off, we've achieved equity. They've won.
Unlike right now, when I look at M&Ms and I've got a chubby in my pants for them. I got a Snickers that I want to share with these M&Ms, if you know what I'm saying.
Meanwhile, in a nod to the burgeoning wellness movement, the orange M&M will, quote, acknowledge and embrace his anxiety. And actually, if you look at him, the orange M&M does appear very anxious. Maybe he doesn't like all the ugly new shoes he sees around him. Maybe he...
Put yourself in the headspace of the orange M&M. You're surrounded by deeply unappealing white sneakers and sensible high heels. Like, what is this shit? We all know that in order to put the orange M&M at ease, he needs to see the tallest heels. He needs to see some ballet bondage shoes, okay? It's the only way he'll be able to release his anxiety.
Liked the sexy boots. Maybe the orange M&M is a secret sexist himself. We don't know. We're going to let NPR get to the bottom of that.
Oh, God. That was honestly so much stupider than I remembered it being. And I remembered it being very stupid.
Right now that Iran somehow is going to pull off some sort of military miracle.
Being turned off by block heels is so gay, I fucking can't. It really is, isn't it?
They should have just done M&M booba and massive schlongs. It's where the Rice Crisps and peanut goes.
You know, I'm Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And also, I do want to point out that probably already exists. I bet the M&M's company could find like at least a dozen highly trained, highly skilled artists who have been drawing exclusively big schlongs and massive titties on different M&M's characters for at least the last 3 decades. Okay? I bet you could find like a weird Avengers-sized team of just smutty M&M artists who would be willing to like just get real fucking weird with it. I bet that exists. Because this is America, damn it. Not the M&M hentai. You know it.
Here, being led by the repulsive Cenk Uyghur, who says, quote, Iranian drones cost $35,000. Our missiles to intercept them cost between $500,000 and $4 million. Uh-oh, they have tons of drones, and we are starting to run low on THAAD and Patriot missiles. We spent 25% of them defending Israel in June. And then, of course, he calls out Glenn Greenwald, who is most famous for sucking the toes of male prostitutes and wearing bizarre lingerie and then taping it. But in any case, Cenk Uyghur.
What? That, I have to be honest. Okay, I have not heard of the Glenn Greenwald toe sucking scandal, but Ben is getting really weird with his feud against other people on the right. Oh my God. He's pushing new boundaries for his content. He knows he has to get down in the muck. All right, and rustle up these jimmies, all right? What the fuck is wrong with these guys? Holy shit, they're weird. It's why the weird attack worked. They're deeply unpersonable. They're barely capable of keeping together like a human exterior, let alone a human interior. This is breaking me. I did not expect this to be nearly as funny as it is.
He's making a point that it happens not to be true. The vast majority of Iranian drones are not being shot down by THAAD, that is the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or Patriot batteries, but actual American and Israeli aircraft. F-15s and F-16s, for example, shot down more than 80 drones in one night in April 2024 when Iran attacked Israel. F-35s, F-A-18s do the same thing. Pilots are generally using 70-millimeter laser-guided rockets, which cost about $25,000, about the same as one of the drones. And you know who's going to run out of $25,000 iterations more and faster? The U.S. or the piss-poor Iranians? We have a lot of $25,000 missiles that we can spend, like munitions that we can spend, actually. If we get in a spending war with Iran, Iran don't have no money. It is a problem for them. They can manufacture a lot of drones, and we can shoot down a lot of drones. Plus, they're not going to have a command and control center to even deploy drones in the very near future. So what is coming next for the Iranians? Well, apparently, they're planning to name Ali Khamenei's son, Mojtaba, Iran's new supreme leader, which is pretty amazing, pretty amazing. So their move is not to select someone who might be more moderate to negotiate with the Americans. Instead, they're selecting someone.
Why would anyone in Iran negotiate with Americans? This is my genuine question. Why on earth would you negotiate with Americans, and why on earth would you think that America would ever be honest or hold to any kind of agreement that they make? We've attacked them during negotiations multiple times in the span of less than a year. Why on earth would they believe anything? Why didn't they pick a more moderate person for America to assassinate?
Who apparently is even crazier than his dad. And we'll see how that works out for them. The Israelis have already said that dude's on the target list. Unsurprising.
Did you like this clip? Well,
no. No, I did not. Thank you for asking, though. Also, Ben... Something's going on with Ben's eyebrows, right? Like, it has to be. Like, why they look weird. Ben Shapiro eyebrows. Oh, there's literally an article from 15 hours ago. What's going on with Ben Shapiro's eyebrows? From the Daily Dot. Let's just... Oh, God, why? They do look bigger. But they look way bigger than, like... No, this has to be a fucking clip. Like, we just watched Ben Shapiro.
They said holy eyebrows. Wait, what the f is on his face? Is this real? What?
Back to the brain rotted.
Is this photoshopped or is this actually his face?
No, that... We just watched a video. They're not this tall, right?
What the f... That's not real, is it?
I'm... weird time...
Well, folks, you may have seen...
Weird time where, like... I'm also in the same boat as Sneeko. What is this?
Well, folks, you may have seen this rumor that we here at Daily Wire are working with Jonathan Majors on a new movie. And that rumor is absolutely true. Yeah, I know. There are a lot of people on the left, on X.
It has to be, like...
And they're very upset about this.
Are they prosthetics? No, they can't be prosthetics. But it does look like maybe he's, like, put product in them or something.
Very upset about this. There's lots of tweets. Okay, here's the deal.
Oh, you know what it is? It's the lighting. I bet the lighting where, like, the light is overhead and shining down is making his eyebrows look bigger. And I bet he does like dye them. I bet he does do that.
You whiny little bitches. We don't care because Jonathan Majors was canceled all the way back in 2023.
He's convicted of assaulting his girlfriend. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. He wasn't convicted. I must apologize. That was incorrect of me to say. Let me just correct the record here. And Oh no, he was convicted. Never mind. To correct the record, he was found guilty of 1 count of reckless assault in the 3rd degree and a charge of harassment as a violation. On the scheduled date, the sentencing was postponed. He was sentenced to 52 weeks of a domestic violence intervention program and probation. So, we're ecstatic to be working with this guy who's convicted of beating his partner. Cool.
Ecstatic to bring him back. He's unbelievably talented. And if you're upset now, wait until you see this film. Your heads are going to explode. Like, actually maybe explode. It's pretty spectacular stuff that we're doing. That's what we do here at Daily Wire. We fight the fight. We need your help to continue to fight in the culture and to win and to do the thing no one else will do. So please.
It's genuinely wild to me that, like, they don't even think this stuff is going to be an issue. But, like, they light so much fire. Sorry, they light so much money on fire over at the Daily Wire. It's unreal. I have no idea how they continue to operate. I have no idea. Like, they had a movie with Gina Carano that made, like, what, a few $100s in theaters? Like, what was the box office of Terror on the Prairie? Yeah, Terror on the Prairie box office. The total... Sorry. I'm sorry. So, it grossed $804 during its one-day theatrical run in the United States. Worldwide, it made $13,000. Its budget was $2 million. Like, they literally just light the money on fire, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. It's crazy. They get in that billionaire money. They can just light it on fire over there nonstop. That is crazy. Anyway, Ben Shapiro, wrong and just bad, like bad guy. Also, his point about, like, oh yeah, no, we're not going through, you know, these Patriot missile interceptors or THAAD missiles. We're not going through those at all over in Iran. That's just a lie. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, predominantly what is being used to stop these drones is not, like, circling jet fighters or jets that are scrambled as soon as they're detected. No, they're firing interceptors at these things. And, like, we're running out of these interceptors at such a rate that we are moving air defense units from the Korean DMZ, one of the most heavily militarized borders in the world. We're taking our anti-aircraft stuff from there and moving it to Iran because we're running so low on those munitions. So, just as an FYI, that's what's happening. He's just lying about the cost effectiveness. And also, just to be clear, we do have manufacturing capacities for a lot of things, but we're not operating under wartime conditions and not prioritizing, like, any kind of wartime construction.
Ben approaching meme status.
Ben is approaching meme status, it's true. Anyway, Ben Shapiro, a silly Billy, and also not very popular anymore. Like,
what do I think that's scorching hot about TTRPGs?
No.
I said no doubt.
No! Ah, God! YouTube Shorts, why? Stop it. But, like, this video went up a few days ago, and it only has, like, 260,000 views, which is a lot, don't get me wrong. But it got cross-posted by, like, it's on Ben Shapiro's channel. They have 7 million subscribers. Like, you'd think this video would do a bit better, considering it's like the main one on his channel right now. Anyway, whatever. If you're getting anything out of this, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit that like button. Leave a comment down below. Comments really help in the algorithm. And also, folks, please Join your local DSA. Join your local Democrats. Make your Democrats more progressive. Make your DSA more effective. We can help you do that. Join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for your local DSA. We want to onboard you and get you involved in your local politics, okay? All that being said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. And tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Everyone loves it. It fits practically everyone. And check it out, folks. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. Hell yeah. We did it, folks. Hey, Speed Razor. Okay. Oh god. Now, I do need to look at the link you sent. TV Tropes? What is this? TV Tropes is asking you to ad blocker. All right, there we go. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, Ben is becoming a trope. Holy shit. Big ol' eyebrows. Let's go. Fuck, I love it. All right, time for me to show you the second to last thing that I'm really excited about, okay? You have no idea how excited I am because I love Dorohedoro. I think Dorohedoro is really, really fun. And it's one of the few 3D anime things that I can watch and enjoy pretty well. And if you like buff muscle mommies and just absolutely batshit wild shit, you need to watch Dorohedoro, okay? It's so weird, but also cool and interesting, and you have to check it out. Anyway, here's the trailer for season 2, which I did not think we were ever going to see a season 2 of this show. Like, I thought this was dead and gone on the cutting room floor, never to be seen. I'm so excited. Let's check it out.
湖に落ちた時、体に重くまとわりつく泥と臭いヘドロの中で、この歪んだホールそのものになったような気がした。
金ねえからまた強盗しなきゃな。あとは万引きだ。あんたらこの町初めてでしょ。が十締めのボスと対決した町。早く帰ってきてください。ボスの側近だった連中だな。ボスはもうすぐ帰ってくる。もう少しの日。何をつまみ食いしてるか。いらっしゃいませ。トカゲ野郎は俺自ら始末する。イエス、ビッグボス。いいね。取り入れません。寿司が消えた。お前のいいところはな、ノイ。危険な仕事でも俺を止めねえとこだ。先輩もね。もういいんだ。自分が誰なのか何者かなんて思い出さない方が。人間の手で魔法使いを作り出すなど。なんだか今言わなきゃいけないような気がして。お前がトカゲ男か。逃げ回るなんて性に合わねえからな。古新聞の回収だ。お前なかなか頑張るじゃねえか。せや負けねえ。絶対に今日は餃子だ。出ますか。開けますまるで魔法使いみたいじゃないか。そこから吐いてた時、俺はきっと生まれ変わったんだ。
It's so fucking cool. Like, this looks kind of sick, not gonna lie. Yeah, I genuinely don't really know how to summarize things, so I'll do my best just real quick. The main character of Dorohedoro is a lizard man who's a big-time dipshit, but who lives in a world full of sorcerers. And he has amnesia, and the one thing he knows is that when he eats people, they can see a man in his throat who just says, "This isn't the one." And so he's dedicated his life to finding the guy
More
that...
Noi needed.
the guy that the guy inside of him wants to find. Like, he wants to figure out what the hell is going on there. And also, he lives in, as far as I could tell, a dimension of trash for wizards or sorcerers. So there are people with magical powers, and they all go to this trash dimension sometimes, and he's stuck there. It's really bizarre and weird, and I love it. I'm doing a terrible job explaining it, but it's very weird and cool. Currently into Frieren. Frieren's awesome. More Noe needed. Well, also, Noe is the best muscle girl, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong. Yeah, premiering on April 1st. Let's go! I read the manga. It's so good, dark and violent. No one would ever guess the reveal. I'm so excited. Yeah, the 3D animated stuff and the 2D animated stuff. It's the first show I ever saw that like combined both of those things really, really well. Trash wizard dimension has me dying. I mean, it's like that's basically it, right? How do you spell the name? Doro he Doro. There you go. Take care, much love. Good night, Van Briggs.
Not gonna lie, I really get into anime characters that want to be in their world. More hollow Ichigos, it's like anti-Kirito.
Right? It is nice. Can I... Also, could we just, real quick, if you do go into Dorohedoro, do remember it's quite bloody. It's very fun. Also, we need more anti-Kiritos in the world. I do feel bad that I ever thought, Sword Art Online was good. There's like just a brief glimmer of something that could have been really great at the beginning. And then it all got fucked. It's parallel dimensions, one trash dimension where the people live and a good dimension where the wizards live. The wizards go to the trash dimension to use people as guinea pigs.
If we're talking about anime, manga, I've gotta get my Goatland of the lustrous Hoseki no Kuni. But the anime was killed for romance sad face.
I'm sorry. Land of the Lustrous was pretty cool. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Cloud sucked as a protagonist because he 1. Had no personality, and 2. Didn't want to be in his world. Zack Fair was cheerful and wanted to be in the world.
Yeah, you need an Ariel, alright? You need an Ariel, not a Cloud. Oh, Blue-Eyed Samurai was really good. Okay. Here we go, folks. Sake Teruke, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I need to watch some anime. Hell yeah, you do. Also, I'm just going to give you guys this one as a treat because I've talked about it before. Here we go. Yeah, let's do this one.
信頼値がヒーローを生み出す世界では誰もがヒーローになることができる。 どんな汚い手を使おうが完璧に対処してみせる。今の僕は一人じゃない。何千人もの信頼を背負っている。
彼女を守るためにスーパーヒーローになってやる。
間違いを犯すこともある。普通の人間になりたい。だってそれが本当の私だから。私はヒーローロリ。正義を貫き悪を成敗する。
泣きたい時は思い切り泣け。泣いた後は笑顔が希望を引き寄せるってことを思い出すんだ。
俺が手にかけるのは殺されても仕方がない連中だけだ。
ゴミは片付けないとな。俺はてめえの汚え面を拝みに来たんじゃねえ。
X は私たち凡人の称号、そして未来の持つ可能性への
This show is so fucking
私がその冠をいただく。
こんな夜中まで働かされるなんて勘弁してくれ。ここはお前の出る幕じゃない。
God, To Be Hero X is so good. XL Saga? Oh, XL Saga is
We interrupt
great.
this ad for a special commercial. In response to the millions of requests from Excel Saga fans everywhere, it's Excel Saga, the imperfect collection! Excel Saga! Innocent, you see? Singing, dancing, going totally crazy! It's the whole show! It's an Excel on paper! It's all together! A single purchase without fuss! Go buy it! Before the licensor catches us!
Now hold on. An Excel collection can't be done.
I love this. God. Okay. We got one more segment left. I cannot allow you all to derail us. We must forge ahead. We have one more left. Let's go. Okay? Let's go.
Guys,
You know nothing. All right. So, folks, we got to talk a little bit about Brett Cooper. What's she been up to lately? Well, she has a new episode out. I guess like a few days ago. You know, her output has decreased. She's going through some stuff with her family, and that's totally understandable. You know, sometimes you have kids. But that being said, let's see what her big problem of the day is.
that you and I have the unique opportunity, the privilege to solve one of the biggest crises facing young Americans. And it has nothing to do with policy, nothing to do with elections, nothing to do with legislation, honestly, nothing to do with the culture war. All you have to do is throw a party. Now, before we talk about why you need to be throwing a party this weekend and then telling me about it, make sure that you like this video and subscribe to our
Brett Cooper, is she a trans right-wing influencer? No, she's just a right-wing influencer.
It must be tough for Abby. Congratulations, Femme Shapiro.
She's really made it.
Channel if you've not already. And of course, if you want to stay updated on everything we're doing on the channel, make sure to ring that notification bell. Also, if you want behind the scenes content, farm vlogs, all of that sort of thing, we literally built.
Oh, also Reservoir, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. Folks, go check out their stuff. And also, welcome raiders.
Entire subscription platform just for you guys. It is called CooperConfidential.com. Go check it out. Nobody can kick us off. Nobody can tell me what I can or cannot say or post on that platform, which is very important in the age of censorship. And I'm not exactly sure which one. Feels like it's probably some John Hughes thing. I have no idea. I'm gonna have people who are older than me jumping down my throat for this. I know, but anyway, he posts this screenshot and says, I love 90s and 2000s movies so much, and all of these teen movies have one of these big party scenes, and they look so fun. I'm Gen Z. And I've never been to anything like this. So was this a thing that just doesn't happen anymore? Or is it just Hollywood trying to make me hate my life more? Like,
do house parties still happen? Oh boy.
Damn, I know that when that post hit that subreddit he made, all of those Redditors feel old.
I don't know how to feel about her right-wing quirky Chungus energy. Just understand her as a failed theater kid. It explains a lot.
But this is such a valid question coming from my generation. One person said, yep, and we'd actually talk to each other. Unlike now where kids just send each other those stupid Tic Tacs and listen to WhatsApp Ricky or whatever the F he's called. But the Gen Zer who asked that.
But house parties still happen. They didn't stop. Conservatives are just not fun at those kinds of parties. Like, oh boy, okay.
That question was far from the only person in that subreddit who had the same query. Somebody else said,
I'm in my Young Republicans group on campus, and I haven't been invited to one of these parties. Can you explain to me why I haven't been? Do they still happen, or am I lame? No. It must be because you're certainly not lame because of your conservative beliefs and values that lead you to ostracize others and rebuff any attempt to get to know you or be friendly with you. No. You're not the problem. It's everyone else who's wrong.
These were the teen adult years that I was promised as a child watching movies and TVs. We used to be a proper country that knew how to party together. Somebody else said, damn, these comments be weird. I mean, really? Who would sacrifice their house like this? Like, it is such a foreign concept that somebody in my generation cannot even fathom inviting people over, throwing a rager, all that jazz.
People of my generation can't even imagine inviting people into their own homes. Can you imagine inviting people to your home for some kind of celebration with music and beverages and food? Ugh, the horror. How provincial. Like, genuinely, like, you can't imagine that? That's weird.
Now, I will say, as a disclaimer, I never threw a big house party. I never threw a rager. I was far too much of a goody two-shoes, way too close with my mother. And I also had just a ginormous stick up my ass because I actually got my older brother in trouble for throwing a house party like this. I was like Nancy Drew on the case. I was like, why is there a whistle in my room? Why is my strawberry plant that I spent all spring working on, why is it mysteriously gone and I see fragments of the pot strewn about the patio? It was because somebody got...
That doesn't sound like it takes that much mystery solving. Actually, stuff was moved around and your things were broken? Weird.
Drunk and threw it off the patio. That's why. Anyway, sorry, Reed. Love you. I hate that I got you in trouble. But anyway, my generation was not throwing these types of parties. Now, we have talked about this loneliness epidemic, obviously, a lot on the show, a lot on comment section. It is something that I care a lot about, but I do want to put some numbers to it today because I think it's important and it is genuinely shocking. So, between 2003 and 2024, so the last 20 years, time spent attending or hosting social events dropped 50% among Americans 15 and older. Now, for the youngest Americans, ages 15 to 24, these are like prime socialization years, prime house parties, frat parties, college.
You know, I'm going to throw an idea out there. They might have had to go to work. You know, so they can continue to live.
Parties, game nights with your friends, whatever it is. The decline was 69%. That is like almost a 70% drop, 70% fewer social gatherings. And face-to-face socialization of any kind, not even an organized party, has dropped 35% for that same age group. Again, we have discussed this at length before, so I want to reiterate that there are some...
Hey, how's it going, Anthony? I just watched your video about Shadiversity's book, and it was a really fun breakdown. Folks should go check that out. As well, I've also been in bits listening to your review of Wendigoon's take on the Inferno, which has been very fun. And yes, I am still awake.
Forces at play before I go into blaming all of us for this issue, but I will obviously talk about the content.
I also learned that I was definitely pronouncing your name wrong, but I forgot the proper pronunciation, so I'm not going to say your last name until I figure it out again. All right.
Next here, obviously the first is COVID-19. Like during our most crucial developmental social time, we were forced to isolate for almost 2 years. Like my entire college experience was cut short. I was in my sorority for all of like 6 months before all of our events turned online. And obviously that had an impact on high schoolers and prom and parties and starting their college experience, all of that. So obviously we all turned to the internet, which was already a problem for our generation. We had been raised online. I mean, every study that is done on the internet, that is done on social media says that it is a bad thing, especially for developing developing minds, and yet that is where we landed.
Yeah, I can't wait to learn how this is not capitalism's fault, and instead how it's, I don't know, trans people. Like, what is her reasoning gonna be? Is her reasoning gonna be like, COVID stunted everyone, and then the transgenders made it hard to tell who to smooch? Like, what? I am wondering what her angle is gonna be here.
And hand in hand with COVID, that helped drive a digital replacement for socializing. But something else that we do not often touch on is how our culture has become obsessed with isolation, glamorizing isolation, focusing on self-care and ourselves versus building community. We meme daily about canceling plans and not wanting.
Yeah, oh God.
Imagine the horror of dealing with isolation in an era without FaceTime. Must have been tough.
Right? Like, it's all, everyone's glamorizing isolation as if, Walden doesn't exist. As if, like, yeah, people of the past, they weren't busy with all of their appointments and such. No, sir. It's... You just need to restore some of that hustle culture to your fun receptors. This feels really dumb, and I'm glad that we saved this one for last. Wait, so self-care is bad? Yeah, correct. You should never take care of yourself. Focus on building community, but not too much community, because that might be communism.
Hang out with people, staying in, doom scrolling, sending your friends 1,600 Instagram reels before 9 p.m. at night, watching Netflix, whatever it is. In a great Reason Magazine article, author Emma Camp touched on all of this. She wrote, "For years, popular culture has been permeated with a deeply anti-party sentiment, an attitude that framed those eager to socialize as obnoxious and valorized staying home alone. During my 2010s teenhood, BuzzFeed listicles and viral Tumblr posts reminded readers that introverts are tortured by small talk and portrayed extroverts as essentially mindless troglodytes."
Oh no, my worldview has been utterly decimated by BuzzFeed listicles. Are you kidding? Is this really what we've come to?
Take up a hobby. I recommend journalism.
Well, what destroyed Western civilization was BuzzFeed listicles telling people that introverts and extroverts exist? Are you kidding? I genuinely could not have conceived something this stupid. Oh no. Like, I don't think people stopped having parties just as, like, number one, I don't think that happened. I think people got out of the habit of doing parties, and you know what? We'll get back to it. But also, I don't think that being told extroverts exist and introverts exist killed the ideas of parties. I don't think that happened. Like, imagine blaming BuzzFeed for anything in 2026, right? But the issue here is, like, how do I formulate this thought? When you are trying to find a scapegoat for these problems, and you have to go to BuzzFeed, like, the idea that some people don't want to socialize doesn't stop other people from socializing. Like, that just, that isn't, like, fundamentally the argument is just bad. Gotta say, we were talking about introverts and extroverts back in the 80s already. It does seem like perhaps this was not originally just, a millennial thing. Does seem like maybe, other folks might exist. But, like, if the mere suggestion that introverts exist is enough to destroy your idea of a party, then maybe your parties were lame and shouldn't have been had in the first place. And I will say, again, I think much more likely the decline of partying is the decline in third spaces that people can actually go and party at. it's become harder to party. A lot of like even if you go to like New York City, one of the hubs of like party culture in the United States, you'll find that a lot of the clubs that used to exist in like the heyday of like clubbing throughout the last, 50 years or so, like a lot of those clubs have closed down. Like they've closed down because it became too expensive. The financial reality of running these venues became too expensive, too burdensome, and they shut down. Like our society influences this. It's not all in a vacuum. And the death of third spaces, even paid third spaces in a lot of places, has come at a cost for our socializing. What killed parties at my college was when that one friend was allowed to experiment with cocktails and mixed Wild Turkey, Smirnoff, and Mountain Dew. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. COVID killed a lot of party culture. I mean, COVID definitely did exacerbate problems, right? Like COVID ended a lot of partying, but COVID wasn't that long, you know? The major COVID era, it looms large in our consciousness, but it wasn't that long. It's not long enough to destroy the memory of parties. What it is long enough to do is put companies that need mass groups of people to turn out of business. So many of the venues that used to exist just no longer exist. And like many of the places that previously would have been free are now commodified, and like the people most likely to party are young people, and none of them have money to go and party. It's so expensive. It's yeah.
Online, reams of memes revel in canceling plans and spending a Saturday night in one's pajamas and glued to Netflix. COVID-19 only made things worse. Lockdowns got millions of people out of the habit of regular in-person social interaction, and the ultra-introvert suddenly had a moral justification for their unwillingness to socialize. And guys, I want you to know I will be the first to say that I am guilty of all of that. Like, I make all these jokes about laying down. I love being horizontal. I love being in my pajamas. I love being in my cozier pajamas on my Helix mattress. I talk about it. I love being a homebody and just hanging out with my animals and my husband. And I will admit that sometimes when I get a last-minute cancellation text, I giggle with glee. Like, it is the best news I have gotten all day long. But guys, even though I do that, like, this is not how we build a healthy, thriving, fruitful society. Because for a lot of people, this now is not just a funny meme or a side thing they do on Friday nights. This drives how they view.
Also, can we just like throw out there that it is wild to me that now conservatives are like, why aren't you going out and partying? Everyone was partying back when I was a kid, and it's like, well, maybe they grew up in a conservative town where everyone told them if you go out and get pregnant, you're going to be like possibly investigated for murder if you don't carry that child to term. And also, it costs money to go out and you're dirt poor. And also, hey, you shouldn't drink. Like, underage drinking is bad. Like, yeah, a lot of these things influence whether or not people go and have parties. It's weird how that works, huh? My arguments are not being particularly... I'm being more verbose and wordy than I would normally be. I chalk it up to being tired. We've been going for 5.5 hours, and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. 5:30 in the morning. Goodness. Also, THC is legal, so more people are gonna get high and play Skyrim at 2 a.m. hypothetically. Yeah, hypothetically. Yeah, this channel would never condone the consumption of marijuana products while playing Skyrim. That doesn't sound fun at all. That's, you know what? That sounds like it's anti-party culture. Maybe Skyrim killed party culture. The most dangerous drug of all.
Socialization. It is an inconvenience. It is awkward, maybe challenging for people. It actually forces you to get...
Oh God, if she blames porn for the decline of parties, she might genuinely do that. Oh God, she might genuinely do that. No. Oh, it's already so stupid. That is the one way that this would get way stupider.
Off your ass and do things rather than just opening Instagram DMs. Like, again, I will admit, often the most interaction I have with my friends is us just sending videos back and forth. Like, that's all we do. Like, Amir and I spend more time DMing each other than we do seeing each other in person. That's a problem, Amir. I'll see you tomorrow at my house. Anyway, the point is, after years of these attitudes and this digital-centric relationship building, we now have a generation, our generation primarily, that barely knows how to speak to each other. Another person on Reddit, which obviously is another digital alternative, so it's ironic that I'm using this comment, but this,
you know, at least you're aware of the hypocrisy. Which is more than most of her peers in the conservative talking headspace can lay claim to.
person made a great point, and he said this: there is a general sense of inhospitality. Striking up a conversation with people you don't know has become something of a
I heard THC and Perfect Blue is a great combination. It is a great combination.
Generational divide. Taboo even for younger folk. If even small talk and passing conversations are dying out, what are the odds of building something deeper with someone? If people go out with friends, they stick to their friends. They don't mingle at bars and clubs. If you're hooking up with somebody, it is rarely spontaneous. It is someone they met online. It's been planned out to meet somewhere in advance. And this is the most important part. When the social priority is on not causing other people discomfort over actually building connections with people, is there any surprise connections aren't being made? Now that last point is so astute, and we could make this whole thing just about dating and male-female relationships, you know, the fears of men and Me Too, but our entire society, our entire culture outside of this dating world has placed such an emphasis, and obviously we see this in politics every single day, but it's placed such an emphasis on not triggering anyone, on
Okay. There's such an emphasis on not being a raging asshole to people. I don't understand. Why can't society just put up with raging assholes? Oh, yeah, you can't go into a bar anymore and just shout the N-word and have everyone treat you like Norm from Cheers. That's tyranny to these people. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Wokeness killed parties because you have to be considerate of other people's feelings. As opposed to in the past, where if you were inconsiderate of people's feelings, then you'd get your ass beat. Which was preferable, I guess? In her world? I don't know. I'm very confused.
Building space and creating safe spaces and protecting our peace, whatever bullshit lines people are coming up with. And
also, can we just like take a moment where she's trying to defend like party culture, and the number one people most likely to be offended by parties are conservatives? Like, I like genuinely. How often have you heard conservatives complain about, like, how young people dance or how young people dress going to the club or whatever? Like, she would be first in line to condemn that. But oh no, it's everyone's woke these days, as if conservatives haven't been fear-mongering and clutching pearls about parties for the last century. God, remember when the movie Party Monster came out? About like 90s like rave culture? Like conservatives were hyperventilating over the parties that were being held in the 90s. And like now she's like, why aren't people dancing anymore? It's like, cuz you don't like it when we dance. You said it was too sexy. Never heard of it? It's fine.
Posting about, like, no wonder a little normal awkwardness, discomfort, brushing shoulders at a bar or a party is sending people straight to therapy. And that is not an exaggeration. Now, in reply to that,
that's absolutely an exaggeration. I have never heard of someone going to therapy because they got bumped into by a stranger at a bar. That has, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say something controversial yet brave. That has literally never happened. I know I'm going out on a limb here, but I don't think someone has ever gotten like knocked into or jostled at a bar and needed to talk about it in therapy. Okay?
comment somebody else said on Reddit, I actually think this is a huge point. Plus, more than discomfort, I think the internet provides connection, or at least a sense of it. Shit, I'm talking to you right now. But it's also way easier, way less pressure, no stakes, more interesting, no social anxiety, which increases actual social anxiety. The content is curtailed to me, and it doesn't necessarily need structure to make sense. Plus, small talk is non-existent, which to this commenter, they say, has always been a huge waste of energy. Now, I would
Is she just reacting to like Reddit comments? Is that genuinely what she's doing here?
disagree with that. I think that small talk is how you build, have a good rapport, you make a joke. Sometimes the small talk then grows into something else. You kind of have to start with the awkward small talk. Unfortunately, that is just a normal human experience, Gen Z. Get over it. Anyway, this is the same conversation, guys, that we have had about AI relationships, for example, like time and time again. We are stripping the humanity out of our social lives. This beautiful awkwardness, the learning curves, the necessary skill of dating and flirting and small talk, all of that, thanks to the internet, is gone. You can live a life and have friends and
I mean, people still do small talk over text. That people still do that. You can read it happen all the time in online conversations.
talk to people without doing any of that. And so again, I say, like, how can you blame people? Like, when you live in a world that is as digital as ours, it makes sense that people retreat inwards, that they go online, that they choose the easier path. That is just what human beings do. So much of this, to Gen Z's credit, I'm giving a lot of grace here. Obviously, it is out of their control. But, and this is the point of this episode, we are not completely off the hook. Because it would be one thing if people were fine with the situation. It would be one thing if we didn't care, if chatting online was a one-for-one replacement and none of us actually felt lonely or isolated, but that is not the truth. I know it, and you know it. Young people, both men and women, are lonelier than ever. But the thing is, we have the tools to fix it. It's not radical. It's literally just going back to what we've always done before the last decade or so. But in more ways
Okay, but people were lonely prior to this decade. Just as an FYI, loneliness is a problem that has been on the rise steadily since like capitalism was introduced, because capitalism does basically puts us under a process called atomization, to summarize. So like what ends up happening is that when individuals are kind of isolated and separated, it leaves you more vulnerable to being sold stuff. Makes you more likely to define yourself based on consumption. And also, on top of that, it makes it easier for you to be moved around to different places in the economy, treat you like a cog in the machine, as it were. So you're able to be slotted in here at flipping burgers, or taken out and slotted in for running like middle management in a shoe company. I don't know. It makes you interchangeable, right? And that process benefits employers and makes it harder for you to work together as a community to advocate for better position, better pay, better agency, more political rights, etc. Like, that's important stuff, but corporations understand and capitalists understand that the only thing that can oppose their power is organized labor. And if you break down communities into just individuals, then it benefits them. It gives them more power. It makes it harder to organize against any abuse that they might send your way. This is why people have been becoming steadily lonelier, and why the third spaces that previously were free and available to all have increasingly been commodified. It is because not because that there's some like grand conspiracy around this, by the way, but just because it serves capital interest for things to be this way. It makes them more money. It gives them more leverage. That's why this is happening.
One, we are coping. We are giving excuses, and we are shooting ourselves in the damn.
Well, yeah, and private equity comes in and will buy things at a loss and run any corporations, any mom and pop stores out of business that are smaller, in an effort to just like gut the entire community and loot it.
feet. Now, my friend Brittany actually pointed this out recently. She wrote a tweet just like 24 hours ago and said, I believe a lot of the loneliness epidemic is because we live in the generation of flakes. Before, you had to stay true to your word because if you were supposed to meet a friend at 1 p.m. for coffee and they were nowhere to be found, it was embarrassing. Now, people can cancel 5 minutes before via smartphones for self-care or any kind of random reason. Or if they don't respond for 3 days and are like, I'm so sorry, I'm just now seeing this, be for real, you are on your phone nonstop. I'm being attacked. Okay, moving on. I think a lot of the loneliness epidemic is self-inflicted. You should be going out and doing things. I always tell my husband if he is invited somewhere, go, because every single time, without fail, you meet somebody cool. It is always worth it to go out. Everything she said is so correct. And again, I am far from innocent. This episode is as much about me as it is about the rest of my generation. Like, I retreat inward. I do not read text messages. I drag my feet on confirming plans because I'm like, I don't know. Do I really want to leave my bed? Do I want to get off my couch and take my baby? Whatever. I do it all. And you know what? It makes me feel like shit. It really does, because I know that it is not the respectful thing to do. I know that I should and can be better, and I know that if I want to have a full life with community and great friends and a big, wonderful circle of wonderful, smart, great people, I know that you have to lean in and respond and partake and initiate. You have to help build the village that you want to see. And showing up when people are reaching out and trying to make plans is a start, but it is truly the bare minimum. Like, the better thing to do would be to show up with a good rancher steak. Now, as
Hey, what an ad segue. I will say, though, what she's saying there is correct. It does take work to build and maintain relationships, and we do not teach that work explicitly in school. So what winds up happening is a lot of kids grow up with friends of convenience that they haven't cultivated like a closer relationship with. And then they fall away as soon as like kids go off to college or what have you. Like this also applies for college grads entering the workforce and being away from their college friends. It takes effort and it takes work to cultivate those relationships, keep them going, and like perpetuate your friend group. And I will say that is good advice. If you want to build a friend group, if you are lonely, then you have to put yourself out there and you have to like show up for other people. You have to be out in the world and you have to show up. And that will make you friends. But again, this is just a lot of folks are bad at that, I think.
America turns 250 years old this year, everyone is going to be talking about our country's greatest milestones, but I want to take it a step further. I want to, with this platform, this company, stopping you from throwing that party. All right, now this is her thesis. Emma writes, I'm in my 20s and I'm here to tell you, loneliness isn't an epidemic, it is a choice. My generation has decided that avoiding embarrassment or rejection is more important than developing a thriving social circle. The main social obstacle facing Gen
I mean, I also think that the main obstacle for Gen Z is that, like, there's a reason why Gen Z hasn't developed these skills. And a lot of the reason is, frankly, they don't have time. A lot of Gen Z folks are busy. They are having to hustle in order to make ends meet. That it's difficult out there. The economy is not doing great. And it turns out, like, yeah, you are having to work real hard to stay housed. And that work comes at a cost for your energy, comes at a cost for your time availability to socialize. Gen Z is terrified of seeming cringe or foolish. I don't think that's true. I feel like Gen Z has really embraced cringe. I don't know. But I just think that Gen Z has it rough. And this idea that like, oh, you just have to man up and go out there and socialize. I don't like or agree with that take necessarily, because I think that ultimately the solution to our problems, while it does require us to do work, we also need to recognize that there are physical and mental limitations to what we can do, and sometimes you need to rest. Like, just straight up. Like, sometimes you need to take that nap. because you're so busy and you only got 3 hours of sleep, and you needed to fall asleep for a little bit in order to continue to function. I'm not saying as if this happened to me like yesterday or maybe the day before, but that did happen to me. And I think maybe a lot of folks are struggling with how busy they are.
Gen Zers isn't social media or overstimulation, it is their own trepidation. In this article, she goes on to share that through her own sheer will to build community and create this great group of friends, she has had to herself fight through discomfort and vulnerability and the stigma over being too eager and too excited. She writes, "It was not destined to be this way. I didn't have a big and active social circle until well into college. I had to learn how to party well through trial and error. And more important than my ability to shake a cocktail or set a dinner table was my development of a thick social skin. I've stopped caring about whether I come off as too eager or too much when seeking new friendships, nor do I trouble myself much with the invites I send out that go ignored." Teenage Emma would hardly recognize this adult version of herself. She then goes on and says that making friends entails social risk. "I probably annoyed some prospective guests by peppering them with invitations. Others might have found my eagerness to swap numbers off-putting."
I mean, this is true. You do have to put out a lot of energy in order to develop friendships. It's true.
"Oh well, I can't find another 100 people to invite to my house without a little embarrassment." The way out of this supposed epidemic is for young people to show a modicum of social bravery. A life spent trying to be cool and unrejectable is inevitably going to be a small and lonely one. We cannot let fear of rejection overwhelm us. A life full of friendship and great parties is waiting for you. Don't be afraid. All you have to do is ask. Now, obviously, before everybody starts commenting, I have some compassion here. I get it.
That's actually a really good point, Monocle Squid. Everyone in Gen Z is working different schedules, which also fucks everything up. Working hours used to be much more consistent around the board. That's true. Everyone would get off work at a certain time, and you'd be able to hang out with the people regardless of what company they worked for. And nowadays, we have people working nights, we got people working days, we got people working odd jobs as drivers or delivery people. We got a lot of folks with no set schedule. Gig work has really done a number on the economy and changed fundamentally how a lot of labor is done in this country. And so that's a very good point. The scheduling is just a basic problem, but it is I just thinking about the mental image of the calendar and all the days I've been trying to make D&D work for my home group, and it just has not worked out, along with a lot of other commitments that I've tried to make, just because shit's busy and scheduling things in particular is very difficult.
All of this is easier said than done, but also, at some point, this is a choice that Gen Z is making. It is a decision that we are consciously making. And the only way that we will get over this or get through it is by starting and doing. You build community by building and by hosting and inviting, and you become a good host by hosting. Every great thing in life is built by simply doing. And so at some point, you gotta get over the hump and just start. And unfortunately, like so many things in our culture, all of that seems to have fallen.
Again, I do have to agree with her. There is an element of you just gotta do it. At some point, other people can't hold your hand. You have to take your steps. Once you know what to do and how to do it, all that remains is to just fucking do it. So she is correct about that.
To the wayside, because doing and starting all of those things, it requires vulnerability, and it comes with a side, obviously, of rejection and flaky friends, and yes, heartbreak when things do not turn out well, because in my opinion and in my experience, losing friends is an even greater heartbreak than losing a romantic relationship if you have worked so hard and dedicated time and created a wonderful connection. So no wonder, in large part, we have turned our backs on all of this. Now, in regards to that, this commenter, again, on Reddit, really hit the nail on the head. This is all in the same thread. This guy said, "Nothing has changed other than society. people are not social anymore. I personally am. But people look at me like an alien for just trying to have a conversation. We are human beings. We are supposed to connect socially. This is also a reminder that social anxiety is a mental issue, not a personality trait. Say that louder for the folks in the back. It is not something you're supposed to just say, oh, I have social anxiety, so I'll just never talk to anyone. No, you are meant to work through it like a phobia. It is a challenge. It is not something you are supposed to just accept. I went from...
I mean, you can certainly work on your anxiety response, and you can try and improve that, but also it is not just something you can like pressure through sometimes, because sometimes it's an involuntary response. You know, like anxiety, I have an anxiety disorder. So sometimes I can just power through it, and like I'll just need some recovery time after I power through, but it's totally fine. But the issue is, sometimes if you are just trying to power through, you take a little bit too much damage. And what winds up happening is something called a panic attack, which is overwhelming waves of anxiety as your body experiences its fight or flight being kicked into high gear. And you don't have control over whether or not you are having a panic attack. You just don't. So like this idea that it's like, oh, it's just something to be overcome. Like, it's like saying that to someone who's having an epileptic seizure, and you're like, well, just get up and walk, bro. Like, just mind over matter, that shit. Like, you can't do that. Like, that, it doesn't work that way. When you're in a panic attack, you're in a panic attack. And you gotta do what you gotta do to calm down, you know? I've found personally that like deep breathing exercises helps to activate the front part of your brain instead of the lizard brain in the back. But just like just doing a little bit of that can really change the flow of your second to second experience of emotions. But that's not a foolproof way of doing it, you know? You can't just like will yourself to not have a panic attack. You can work on it. You can build up your resistance to having a panic attack. You can do things to help. But this idea that like, no, I just have social anxiety, I just won't talk to anyone. You shouldn't be using your anxiety as a crutch to enable your own loneliness. But it's okay to acknowledge you have social anxiety, and in some cases that might prevent you from doing things.
Being the most socially anxious person I've ever seen, to the point where I was scared to leave my bedroom, to being quite literally the only one to ever initiate a conversation in public no matter where I am. Over-reliance on technology to form social and relationship bonds instead of face-to-face has and is still actively ruining our society. I love this generation for a lot of reasons, but we are easily the weakest socially, and that is putting it mildly. Again, I feel like I've done so many episodes at this point talking about dating and how, in my opinion, so much of it goes back to the fact that we don't know how to date. Obviously, there are political layers and men versus women, all of those things, but I think
obviously there are political layers. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you are out there saying you're MAGA, like, yeah, people are going to assume that you're the fucking creep who put masked men with guns on their streets. Like, oh yeah, that's gonna really endear you to other people who you prospectively want to smooch.
Large part, women do not know how to flirt or receive flirting or receive the signs from men. Men don't know how to flirt. Like, we're all just floundering around like a bunch of, I don't know what kind of animal, but we're stumbling around blind. And it is even true when we're talking about making friends. Now, even though all of that is true, from everything that I see on social media, that I experience in my own life, people are still yearning for in-person real connections. Like, we are not satisfied with the online hubs that we've created, and we romanticize, every single day I see it, we romanticize a time without social media. In fact, one recent article that was written about 90s nostalgia, which I think in large part was inspired by that new FX series love story about JFK Jr. and his wife Carolyn. Anyway, it's just a whole thing that's blowing up right now. But this article reads, part of the allure of the 1990s is longing for the days when we were a monoculture, a world before the fractured.
Also, the 1990s, the United States wasn't a monoculture. Again, like, when you're reading one of these essays, right? Understand that the New York Times is full of shit. America was far from a monoculture in the 90s. Like, you're just talking about the neoliberalism. You're just talking about the neoliberalism and, like, color blindness. This isn't like, oh, the United States was homogenous in the 1990s. No, it wasn't. Shut the fuck up. Like, genuinely.
Intake of smartphones, a time defined by, retrospectively, a comforting reality in which we experienced many of the same things at the same time. But I think there's more to it. What New York, or the fantasy of it, offered in the late 90s, again talking about this series, was an outsized version of what so many of us are craving now. The promise of real-life connection mixed with the potential of wealth, beauty, and love. And here's the thing, my friends, we can still have that, despite New York City being a shithole, obviously, but the bones of that kind of culture and those relationships, they are still there. And at some point, it honestly is just up to us to do something about it. So obviously, then we are left with, what is the solution? Now, going back to both of Emma's articles, in her opinion, and also in my opinion, the solution is quite simple. All hope is not lost. If my case is any proof, partying is a teachable skill. Again, you learn.
Yes, all social engagement is a teachable skill. That is correct.
By doing. You might not be a party person, and the idea of having a house full of revelers might sound daunting, expensive, or mathematically improbable. When I recently told an acquaintance that I had invited 100 people to a party, he replied, I don't even know 100 people. Which is fair, but I promise it can be accomplished. The best way to reverse the steady social decline gripping American life is to throw a good...
Also, I'm sorry, if you invited 100 people somewhere, you have space, you have time, and you have the money to do these things. Like, I'm that requires a unique set of circumstances.
Party next weekend, if possible. And honestly, guys, I think that you should do exactly that. I think that we all should. So I am hereby challenging everybody who's watching this video to invite people over. It does not have to be, it does not have to be 100 people like our overachiever friend Emma, but invite people to do something. And after you do that, you're gonna...
Also, just invite your friends over to do a LAN party. Like, hook up Halo 3 and do a LAN party together, alright? You can do it. I believe in you guys. Your ingenuity, your old hardware, I believe in it. I think you can do it.
Send an email to podcast@brettcoopershow.com, and you're going to tell me what you are doing, and I'm going to live vicariously through you, and we are going to celebrate you all for doing that. And oh my gosh, like, I know the excuses will roll in, because in light of Emma's op-ed, I have already seen them everywhere on social media. Like, one person said, and which room should my 2-bedroom flats party be in? One of the bedrooms, the bathroom, or the kitchen that only fits 2 people at a time. Like, people! My response to this is like, did you really take out at least 5 figures in student loans and learn nothing from college? Like, you can have 5 people, a Domino's pizza, Quiplash on the TV, some White Claws in a dorm room, and have the most epic party.
Oh, okay. So by party, do you just mean like having over like your immediate friend group? Because like in my head, I've been picturing like a party for like 50 plus people. You just talked about a party for over 100 people being planned. If you're just saying like have like 5 people over to like watch a movie, that's not a, that's, I don't really think that's really a party per se. But okay, you know, have some people over, watch Lord of the Rings. Wait, like a barbecue? Yeah.
Of the year. Like, have we lost a love of
Yeah, you're describing chill leftist D&D night, exactly.
game nights, an appreciation for movie nights? Actually, I will answer my own question. Obviously, we have. And I think in large part, that again goes back...
I just don't think that that's exactly the same as partying. Like, when you say partying, watching Netflix isn't really the top of the list of activities that's happening.
to social media because, like so many of you, I'm sure, I am also inundated on my TikTok and Instagram with posts about perfectly styled dinner parties and elaborate birthday parties and highly curated events. Maybe that's just my algorithm. Maybe you're like, Brett, I have never seen one of those videos in my life, but that is what I see on a daily basis. Regardless, and this just goes back to one of the common pitfalls of social media, but it is incredibly easy to see what people present on social media and believe that that is normal or expected and that you won't be able to live up to that. And that, of course, then causes more insecurity about the size of your space or how much money you have to spend on an event.
Look, it's not the size of your space, it's how you use it.
I need to see the blooper reels for this. Trump flubbing Hindi must be amazing.
Oh god, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. We are almost done with this. I will take a look at this after we finish.
Other people will be impressed, and oh my gosh, I cannot even tell you guys how many times Alex has had to talk me off a ledge when I am inviting people over or planning a party because I'm worried that our guests will hate my cooking, or that my cake looks like crap, or that our house isn't clean enough, or it isn't big enough, and the bathroom doesn't look cool enough because we never put the wallpaper up that I wanted to put up, or I don't have enough activities planned and nobody's gonna talk about anything. And guess what? Even though I will cry over that, like I'm embarrassed to admit that I literally might have like an emotional breakdown before people come over, it always turns out fine. It's okay. And the world keeps spinning, and over time you get better and better, not just at hosting and bringing people together, but also being sure of yourself in playing that role within your community. And what I'm really trying to say is that throwing a party or having people over, building community, it does not have to be Instagrammable and aesthetic and perfectly curated. And honestly, it really shouldn't be. You shouldn't be inviting people over just to have fodder for your Instagram story. But still, regardless of that, people continue to push back. Under another TikTok.
I mean, I guess not, but like, what kind of... I'm just trying to wrap my head around the idea of someone living a life where they would throw a party to make them look themselves look better on Instagram. Like, I can imagine someone who is extraordinarily wealthy doing that, but like, I don't know. I don't know about that happening for anyone who's like not inheriting like $10 million when their parents croak. You know what I mean?
On the same topic, somebody said hosting is a lost art, and then somebody else replied and said, literally, especially in this economy. And again, I know, and obviously the economy is a huge issue. Donald Trump, please help us. But I swear, like up there with the lack of social skills is Gen Z's lack of problem solving and resolve, because this is an easy problem to address. Again, Domino's Pizza, $15, $3 Trader Joe's wine, 4 friends, baby, you have yourself a party. There is no excuse. But okay, let's say maybe that you do want to do more. Say you want to host
I'm sorry, did she say $3 in Trader Joe's wine?
Domino's Pizza, $15, $3 Trader Joe's wine, 4...
I'm sorry, you're inviting people over and you have one single bottle of Trader Joe's wine that you got for $3? You're gonna need more than that if you're inviting people over.
Friends, baby, you have yourself a party. There is no excuse. But okay, let's say maybe that you do want to do more. Say you want to host a dinner party. It seems daunting. It's not in the budget. What if you could do it for under $100? Which brings me to one of my very favorite series on the internet. Just watch.
Tonight I'm on a mission to host a summer dinner party under $100, feeding a family-style meal to 6 people and including dessert, wine, and florals. You guys loved my last one so much that I had to go for round 2. First stop is Trader Joe's, where I carefully budgeted out tonight's menu, which is going to be Greek-inspired. What I really love about this menu is that most of it can actually be prepped the night before, which I never really do, but it made hosting the day of so much less stressful. I did leave some room in the budget for florals. These filler flowers arranged in a bunch of bud vases are my best friend when I don't want to spend much but still want a full, beautiful table.
So there you go. You get the point. She budgeted it out. She went to Trader Joe's. She planned the whole thing. And obviously...
Okay. Counterpoint. That sounds like an awful lot of work that you have to do after already doing a lot of work to get through your day. Like, okay, assuming you can afford the $100 and it's not a problem, which is a big assumption. But like... that you're still needing a lot of time and energy to actually go through the work of making the meal and also like getting the stuff for the party, setting it up. Like, there's a lot of logistical work going on here. which is fine, but saying everyone should be able to do this or should be interested in doing this at all times seems a bit much to me.
Honestly, because it's the internet, there are always people in this girl's comment section being like, what if I don't have the plates? I can't do this, whatever. Thrift stores, go to Goodwill, buy adorable little like vintage china plates, thrift some wine.
That's true. Good advice. More people need to go to thrift stores. I literally got a comment on this zip up sweatshirt earlier tonight. Thrift store. It's just thrift stores, baby. Like, they will solve so many of your problems.
Wine glasses, whatever it may be. Oh, I don't have the right things to cook with, and cook something simple. Like, genuinely, some of the most fun nights I have ever had have just been like, again, pizza, sitting on the floor, wings, super easy to make, super easy to order. It does not have to be so complicated. And if you don't have a Trader Joe's near you, girl, I can relate. I don't have one near me either, but get your butt to Walmart or Kroger or Aldi. It does not have to be expensive. You might just come in under budget. But the point is, I see all of these excuses, and I'm just like, Gen Z is coping. There are obviously barriers. We obviously were not taught to socialize in the way that other generations were. We lost out on a lot of that in large part thanks to our government and ridiculous people in our culture. But these are barriers that, in my opinion, are very easily broken down. So again, your challenge, if you choose to accept it, is to throw a party. I literally threw one last week that we planned in like 3 days. It was my mom's birthday party. It was a random assortment of
You planned your mom's birthday party in 3 days at the last minute? What? I'm sorry. What?
friends and coworkers and neighbors we hadn't met. I spent $15 on lanterns from Amazon, and we hired an at-home hibachi man, and oh my god, it was one of the most fun nights I have had in a long time.
You hired an at-home hibachi man? I love how she's like, I spent $3, and then we hired, just out of curiosity, just out of curiosity. You know, I'm curious. Oh, how much does hibachi catering cost? An easy breakdown. Excellent. Okay. One number affects the price is the number of guests. More guests you have, the more food and chefs you will possibly need. Okay. What's price per person? Typically between $50 and $70 per adult, or more, depending on factors mentioned above. Let's just say $50 if it's a cheap hibachi chef, I guess. But if you have like 10 people coming, that's $500. like minimum. I feel like that's a big number to leave out.
And guys, I will do it again just to participate.
We planned it in 3 days, spent half of $1,000, and I spent $3 on lanterns. It was only $3. It was one of the best parties we've ever had.
Taking this challenge with you guys. And I do want to say that if you are somebody who is always an attendee, if you do show up, if you don't flake, but you are never an organizer or a host, maybe try to take on a different role for once, because from the conversations I have had with friends, let me tell you, the hosts do get tired of being the backbone of your community, so just keep that in mind the next time you accept one of their invitations. But guys, like throwing a party and hosting, like Brittany was saying, it is not the full solution, because to really turn things around, you do have to be a team player in your social life. You have
to be a communist in your social life, but a capitalist in your economic life. Otherwise, we'll get you.
Have to be a villager in order to be in the village and benefit from the village. And so if you're somebody who doesn't like to host or doesn't know how and isn't ready to take that hurdle, if you are in a season where you really can't offer much, which I totally understand, like the bare minimum, the great thing that you can do is literally just show up and partake and not flake, really just not flake, because building community, it is not for the weak in 2026, especially for young people. So we should respect and celebrate the people that are trying, and we should do everything in our power to lean into this, because I really think it could help save our culture.
Hi. That's right. We need to save our culture by partying. So, we've organized the biggest party to ever happen in America. That's right. We invited everyone to show up to a local gymnasium and the singular ball pit. We hope this goes well. That was a reference that some of you might be old enough to understand. All right. So Brett Cooper, I like that Brett Cooper's big idea for fixing what she thinks is an existential problem to American culture, and specifically Gen Z. And her solution is, just do it, stupid. And that's it. That was it. That was her. The number one solution here was just do it anyway, even if it's hard. Which, you know, honestly, I'm gonna say something controversial here. Sometimes you need to do hard things for your own good and for the good of other people, and we should get more in the habit of doing hard things. And I can't believe that I am agreeing to that extent with Brett Cooper. But all that being said, folks, what do you think? Let me know down in the comments. Let me know about the sick parties you've been planning. And also, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Radicalize your Dems. Make your DSA more effective. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. Very cute, very sexy. Go check it out. New colors and styles coming in soon. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Whew. Boy. I am exhausted. It is 6 o'clock in the morning. I have to be up and at an appointment in about 6 hours. So I am going to go to bed now. Please support the show with your eyeballs and your likes and your comments, and also with your subs and donos. And that's it. I'm shutting down. Good night, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
A bunch of bitches if I ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you. A bunch of bitches if I ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city.